Welcome, welcome. Watching Taco Tuesday. So good. Aqua. Water. Hey, what did you wash your body with? Water. Who remember that Instagram where the girlfriend came in on the boyfriend and she had put lipstick under the soap? And then he came out the bathroom and she was like, what did you wash your ass with? Water. I use water. You didn't use any soap? Nope. I use water. Double tap hit the like button as you come in. First in the chat, get shouted out. Trump, total control. Trump, total control. Trump takes total control. Globalist is in fear right now. Trump takes total control. Double tap hit the like button as you come in. Let me get a couple things going, man. Let me get a couple things going as we get the live going real quick, man. Everybody come in, get comfortable. Another fire show today. Another fire show on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap hit the like button as you come in. Like, share, and subscribe. Trump takes total control is the theme. Total control is the theme. The globalists are upset. Globalists are having a hissy fit. Marco Rubio, what inspired today's podcast was Marco Rubio. We've been talking a lot about Marco Rubio, right? Marco Rubio and the and JD Vance 2028. So Marco Rubio has a new campaign, right? He's going after the ICC. So when I look, this is the International Criminal Court, right? And the ICC, the establishment is completely losing its mind over the final breakdown of the globalist order. While the corporate media panics over Rubio hunting down the ICC, I'm mapping out the actual blueprint of the Trump administration's execution of absolute control. So when you hear about today, we're going to talk about Marco Rubio and the ICC. The thing is, you can't talk about this in a vacuum, right? When we talk about Marco Rubio going after the international court and how this is all about America first, right? And the sovereignty that we want to put forth underneath the Trump administration, laying the groundwork for a new globe and a new relationship with the globe with America. Double tap at the like button. So this is what this is all about. So when I did my research and I'm looking at what he did. What I found is that this is in line with everything that we've asked for when it comes to America first. This going after the ICC, is in line with the UN, with the USAID. This is in line with the UN. Drawing down in the UN. This is in line with USAID defunding. This is in line with the NATO ultimatum that was given in Ankara, Turkey, right? This is in line for me with everything that's America first, and that's everything that I've been saying this whole time. So when you look at Marco Rubio going after the ICC, saying the ICC should not, will not, and won't not have authority over Americans and American soldiers. Now, what's so odd about this, and what's not odd to some people, is that Ilhan Omar is against Marco Rubio. Surprise! Ilhan Omar is not on the side of America. I don't know what's wrong with the Democrats and the globalists, and how the Democrats and the globalists have this unity. But that's how we got into Ukraine versus Russia. So today what we're talking about, as we talk about Marco Rubio going after the ICC. So a lot of people don't know what the ICC is. The ICC is an international governing body, right? Established by the Rome Accords, right? So we can get in. I don't know how deep we want to go into the wonk of the Rome Accords, right? I did a little research on that. I don't know how much I want to go into that. But what it reminds me of is, again, in a long line of a lot of things, like the Paris Climate Accords, right? Everybody familiar with the Trump administration took us out of the Paris Climate Accords, right? So here it is again, Trump doing his 1-2, and Mark sitting his soldiers, Marco Rubio, right, to get us out of the ICC. So Trump, these are international bodies. What I've said when I talked about OPEC, right? What I said when I talked about OPEC is that people don't understand that there's a global paradigm shift. There's a global paradigm shift that's occurring right now. So when the UAE is leaving OPEC, and then we get into all of these old school paradigms from the 1900s, right? From the last century, right? This is what we're talking about today. We got a pinned comment right there. Make sure you follow that. I'm gonna get my poll up. You know, always got my poll up. You know what I'm saying? I keep my poll up. You know what I'm saying? But this isn't a long line of what we've been talking about, right? The globalists and under Democrats, under Biden, under Democrats, they got us back into these agreements. They got us back into the Paris Climate Accords. They got us into this globalist ideology that led to Ukraine and Russia. Let me get this going right here. All right, here go my poll right here. How's everybody doing? Double tap at the like button as you come in. Fire show today. Trump, total control. The theme of the show, like I said before, the theme of the show comes from Marco Rubio going after the ICC. Really, Trump having Marco Rubio go after the ICC so people can understand what's going on with that. So you're looking at it in one aspect. Come on in, all the trolls. We're going to trigger the trolls real quick up front. Get in the comment, man. Hit the dislike. You know, I'll be telling people all the time, hit the like button. Do you know there's a thumbs down? You can hit the thumbs down too. So all the trolls that be watching, man, don't just be watching. Don't just be, you know, hit the thumbs down. You can do either one. You know what I'm saying? Hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? Don't just hang around. You know what I'm saying? Double tap at the like button while you're here. Hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs down. Don't just hang around. This is the #1 podcast on YouTube for political debate. This is the perfect time to podcast. Make sure you subscribe right now. Hit the like button, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. Double tap at the like button. Everybody in the chat, come on in. Let's have a good debate. We talking about total control. So I'm the first one who broke the news about Trump in breaking the MOU. Well, Iran really broke the ceasefire. I've been breaking the story the whole time. If you've been watching the story, if you want to know what's going on, are we at a pause? No, we're not at a pause. We're back at war. We back at war. Today, Trump even sent a letter back to the Congress. Trump just sent a letter back to Congress today saying that we got a whole new 60-day window. Not even asking for permission, just straight up telling Congress, check this out. We back up in it, and it's a brand new 60-day window. That's what Trump just did today. So when you hear about this, because Congress had already tried to go stop Trump and say, take away war powers and you got to go to Congress and everything. But that's when Trump came out and said, this is not a war. This is a denuclearization, right? Trump said this is another evidence of Trump having total control. I like to say King Trump. All hail Hydra. All hail Hydra. Double tap with the like button. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. #1 podcast on YouTube. Let's go, everybody. Donald Trump got Marco Rubio out here in the field going after the ICC. These are things and bodies people don't know about. How many people truly know about OPEC? I don't think people know about OPEC, the true relationship with NATO. When you hear about these conflicts, people say, well, with our allies. So in my research, this is what it's coming down to in the new world for your children and your grandchildren. There is no more old paradigm. The relationship America had with Europe is over. The romance that America had with Europe is over. The Americans of the future no longer want to pay for Europe and protect Europe based on World War I and World War II paradigms from the previous century. I'm sorry, but that's just the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is the paradigms from the previous century are done. It's just OPEC, communism, all of these things are dying out and they're dying. The version of Islam that says women can't do this, that says gays can't do this, the version of Islam that says that we only one Islam and there's only one God, all of these things are dying out. They're old, antiquated things. And what you see from the Trump administration is America putting itself at the forefront of what's coming in the future. What's coming in the future is a brand new day. And that's what we're talking about today. When it's a brand new day. A lot of things that don't. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. See, we don't talk a lot about the data centers, right? We don't talk about, because I know a lot of people don't understand the dirty data centers. People don't understand the importance of Taiwan. People don't understand the importance of Venezuela. People don't know about the semiconductor chips, the Taiwan company that just spent billions of dollars in Arizona and is going to continue to spend billions of dollars because Trump is in the office. Thank God Trump is president. Thank God Trump is president, because the world in the future is about quantum computing, semiconductor chips, and Web 3.0, digital currency, Did you hear what Donald Trump's son said about, remember last week, before we go into the Donald Trump taking total control, make sure you vote in the poll, hit the like button. Shout out to my brother Andy in the chat. Shout out to Rick Campbell in the chat. Double tap, hit the like button. The ICC is completely illegitimate. Double tap. The ICC is completely illegitimate. Double tap, hit the like button. Relax and talk sports. Mega MAGA Tuesday. Mega MAGA Tuesday. The ICC is completely legitimate. So when people, this is the thing, brother. This is the thing, brother Sean. This is the thing, brother Sean. As I did my research, as we talk about Marco Rubio and the ICC, this is the thing. People will see this and they think it's just one thing happening. That's what's wrong with America's limited attention and the limited attention span of most Democrats and liberals, right? It's just they see one thing and they immediately go to white skin. They immediately go to racism. They don't have the ability to think analytical. I'm an analyst by trade, project manager, a high-level analyst, six-figure salary for 20 years, right? I manage call centers. I manage 80 people, doctors, chiefs, and telehealth. I manage things in telehealth. Senior coordinator, you know what I'm saying? Project manager. That's what I do by trade. So I have an analytical mind. I make Visio documents. I create spreadsheets, flat files. I actually train. I create the workflows. I create the curriculum most times because trainers don't have the aptitude to train the things that I come up with that are original. So that's why you have a lot of original ideas, original content on my channel, because I'm an analyst by trade. I analytically look at these things. Most people looking at Trump and looking at the moves of the administration only see one thing. They only see the ICC. They don't have the brain to go deeper and see the connection. It's immediately when I saw the news. Immediately when I saw the news on the ICC, I said, this is in line. I said, this is not a surprise to me. This is in line, because I was already reading Trump's budget. As we went into the budget, right? As we went into the budget and we talked about when the shutdown, they did two separate shutdowns. So I'm like, what is the Republican budget? We did a research on the Republican budget here, right? When we researched the Republican budget, what we found is that there was already line items in the budget that Donald Trump was proposing. This is why the Democrats were fighting and shutting down the government. They didn't want, so when we talk about, let me slow down. Let me get some water. Double tap at the like button. How's everybody doing, man? We're going to slow it down a little bit. We're going to slow it down a little bit. Another fire show. Another fire show. Trump takes total control. The hidden strategy, reshaping American power. Y'all coming. We coming to you live from the Perfect Timing Podcast Studios. Everybody tap in. We're having a great show today. Get it started. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Rick. Shout out to Andy. Shout out to Relax and Talk Sports. Everybody coming in, make sure you hit the like button as you come in. Make sure you support the channel. It's important that we get the likes up quickly. Don't play around with the likes. It's important that we get the likes up quickly to trip the algorithm fantastic so we can have this beautiful conversation. But we're not going to rush it, man. We're not going to rush it, man. I've been doing YouTube too long. And it's just, I'm too OG. We're not going to rush it, man. So we got a fire thumbnail. We got a fire title. And if YouTube want to take its time with bringing the audience here, we'll take our time and we'll wait for the audience to show up. But we're not going to rush it and dump all the content before the people show up. You know, it's a 2 p.m. start on Tuesdays, 2 p.m. on Tuesdays. Everybody share the show. Everybody here like the show and share it with a like-minded person so we can expand the debate. Everybody here hit the like button so we can expand the debate. And shout out to YouTube. Thank you to YouTube. Thank you for everybody being here. Welcome everybody for coming in. As we talked about in our intro today, we are discussing Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, and the Trump administration. This is a conservative media outlet, in case you didn't know. Anybody new here, put your hands up in the chat if you're new here. Anybody new here? A lot of people come in and say, are you a Democrat? Are you? No, I'm not a Democrat. This is a conservative media outlet. You know what I'm saying? We talk about Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues. That's what we do here. It's a conservative media outlet. We talk about Donald Trump, a pro-Trump stance, a pro-Trump vibe. A lot of us here voted for Donald Trump. We believe Donald Trump is the key to the American victory and why America is seen as a strong country again. If you guys remember under Joe Biden, America wasn't seen as a strong country. Joe Biden was falling asleep on the stage. Joe Biden left Afghanistan like a coward with his tail between his legs. He left our allies in the dust. He left billions of dollars of equipment. If you ask me, in my assessment, what happened on October 7th, the attack on Israel, while we're in Iran, I directly, in graphs, in tables, in data, in research, I have directly linked the attack on October 2nd and our invasion of Iran directly to Joe Biden, to Joe Biden's 4 years. So it's so important today. Donald Trump is going to make an announcement on Thursday. Donald Trump is going to make an announcement on Thursday about the 2020 election. Now, do you guys understand that when Joe Biden was president, because of the power of the Democrats and the globalists, we were not allowed to even discuss whether or not it was foul play in the 2020 election? Now let's contrast this. We weren't allowed to discuss whether or not there were foul play in the 2020 election, but if you contrast and juxtapose that to Donald Trump, when he was elected, for the entire 4 years of Donald Trump's first term, he was plagued by a Russia hoax that turned out to be a lie, contrived by Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, implemented by James Comey. The Arctic frost, they illegally, before Trump even became president, tapped the phone of the vice president and illegally investigated Trump for 10 years. This is the thing about people who voted for Trump, who believe in Trump. When they bring up Epstein and all of these nefarious things, what I say to them is, you obviously don't know about Arctic frost. You obviously don't know about James Comey. You obviously don't know how hard the Democrats fought, besides the 6 assassination attempts. When people say there's something hiding about Trump's history, you don't know how politics work. They tried to assassinate Trump 6 times. They secretly, illegally investigated him for 10 years. If there was any dirt that you don't know about Trump, it would have came out, and Hillary and Barack and Biden would have used it to keep Trump out of the White House. That was the goal. That was the design when Hillary, Barack Obama, and James Comey came up with the Steele dossier, the Russia hoax that plagued Trump for his whole first term. Now, in contrast, in 2020, Joe Biden allegedly stole the election, but we weren't allowed to talk about it. The whole time Donald Trump was president, they said Trump was having an affair with Putin. Remember all the memes and the jokes? Turns out it was a lie. Turns out it was all a lie. They did the same thing in this administration, trying to put Trump in bed with Bibi Netanyahu. But then they see Trump go to Turkey and make Turkey the power broker in the Middle East, despite Turkey's views on Israel and Jerusalem. So again, debunking the whole idea that Trump is somehow in bed with Israel. We debunked the whole Russia hoax that Trump was in bed with Putin, right? So then you have Joe Biden become president, right? And then you have Joe Biden leave Afghanistan like a coward. Joe Biden, we were in Afghanistan and Iraq. Let's just give this out. We had 2 wars going. Iraq and Afghanistan. For 20 years, Barack Obama came out and admitted we have to draw down. We've been in war. Americans are fatigued in war. We've been in war over 20 years. Shout out, who is this right here? Shout out to Cindy. 8100. Obviously, Cindy is hard of hearing. Cindy, just take 5 minutes. I know you a white liberal, purple hair protesting woman. Man, Glenn Beck said you got to be careful about these white liberal women. These white liberal women, and Glenn Beck said they pretend like they care about black people. This white liberal woman, she would pretend like she cares about black people and the black community, but she hasn't listened. She's racist, and she hasn't listened long enough to have an intelligent opinion, so her racism supersedes her white liberal democratic. But this is the democratic liberal ideology is racist. Have you seen white liberal women like this call black ICE agents the N-word? Remember I played the video, and the black ICE agent was so surprised. He was like, "Man, ma'am, I thought you were a white liberal woman. How quickly you use the N-word." So you got to be careful about these white liberal women. She hasn't listened long enough to understand and have an intelligent opinion, but she doesn't care. But when you think about it, you're like, wait a minute. She's supposed to be a white liberal. She's supposed to be open-minded. She's supposed to be open-minded. She's supposed to be, empathetic to the black community. But instead, she lets her racism supersede her intelligence and make a racist comment. And make a racist comment, right? Y'all got to watch out for these white liberal women. She did not listen long enough for me to say her comment wasn't racist. All she saw before she made that negative comment was my black skin. We're doing the intro. We haven't even got into today's topic. All she saw was my black skin, and she wanted to make a negative comment without intelligently listening to the argument. That's why her comment was derogatory and a put down and not an intelligent commentary on what the host is actually saying. You could listen for 5 minutes and then rebut the information. Have an intelligent comment. Maybe somebody in the audience might listen to you and agree with your statement. But all she did was look at my black skin. But she calls herself a Democrat and a liberal. And black people think they should vote Democrat for white women like that. This is why I love Charlie Kirk. Somebody just said liberals killed. Shout out to, who is this? See, people don't know why I support Charlie Kirk. See, I support Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk educated blacks about Brexit. The whole narrative that Charlie Kirk was racist was by design so they could keep you away from the information Charlie Kirk created for you. Charlie Kirk worked with black young conservatives. How many people know that? Charlie Kirk worked with black young conservatives. He would do a weekend with black young, like Candace Owens. Candace Owens wasn't his only black young conservative friend. Sorry, Charlie Kirk worked with a lot of black young conservatives. Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk created Brexit, like Brexit. This is the thing. People don't understand Brexit. People don't understand Brexit. When I talk about what's going on with the Muslims in Minnesota, when I talk about what the DSA, the Democratic Socialists, aligned with the Islamic takeover in New York, people don't get it. When I talk about Brexit and Tommy, who was Charlie Kirk's friend, and how Europe has been overrun by Islamic immigrants and how they torture white Europeans. The same thing happening in Minnesota in the Mall of America, where white Americans can't go. I showed a video. I told my wife about it. My wife didn't believe it. I showed a video of an Asian woman being attacked in the mall by a Muslim woman who was wearing a hijab and 3/4 of cloth. The Asian girl had a miniskirt on. It's 2026. She was pushing the Asian girl and lifting up her skirt, telling her she should have on more clothing. And America is more concerned with my black skin. There is something sinister going on in America where you can't go to, a Jewish man was turned away for coffee in Brooklyn. Well, a white woman can't wear a miniskirt in Dearborn, Michigan or Minneapolis. And instead of us confronting this ugly monster that's coming up in America, people come here and focus on my black skin. People come here and focus on my black skin color. Not the reality. No one listens. No one cares. If you listen to a liberal, they say it's great that the Muslims have taken over the Mall of America. It's called the Mall of America. It looks like Mogadishu. There's nobody white in the mall. Besides the fact that Somalians, over 50% of them are on welfare, why is the mall full of Somalians who don't have a goddamn job? Why is the mall full of Somalians with no job? But it's okay. Let's focus on the YouTube's host, black skin color. Let's do that. Let's not focus on how this country is shifting. I just played a video, Dearborn, Michigan, right after the Ayatollah Khomeini's funeral. The Ayatollah Khomeini funeral is why the ceasefire is over. But I thought Iran was winning. The liberals say Iran won, but the Ayatollah Khomeini's funeral is why the ceasefire is over. Dearborn, Michigan, they have a march and they are chanting, death to America. They live in America, death to Trump. But see, Democrats and liberals got you cheering F Trump. So when Muslims who don't love you and don't love America say F Trump, you have synergy with them, not knowing you are signing your own death warrant. For your children, you're giving away your country. Here, you can have America. You can have America because I don't like Trump. That's what you're saying. You can have America because I don't like Trump. You know what I think it is? Octo, man, Julian, everybody, all my support, I think it's a cowardice. That's why white women are the ones leading the Democrats and the liberals, because they're cowards. Because they just want to give up and give America away. They don't want to fight. Every day I come to this podcast and I fight the fight for America. I say, fight, 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 fight. I represent for the president. I represent for the office of the president. I represent for our country, for our flag. Every day we here fighting. What they doing? This is a legitimate question. What they doing? When we talk about this administration, will go down in history. Not for rhetoric, not for saying if you're not black, you won't vote for me. Not for words, not for saying borders are. This administration will go down in history because of all the prolific things that it did, right? Ending Roe versus Wade, ending the Department of Education, recrowning the Department of War, the Gulf of America, getting us out of a bad NATO deal, getting us out of the Paris Climate Accords, changing rights for women, protecting rights for women, saying men can't compete with women, saying boys can't change and cut off their pee-pee before the age of so many things. These are policies that Trump has done. ICE agents can wear masks. This is a win in the Supreme Court. There's so much, again, NATO withdrawal, OPEC being shut down. NATO withdrawal, OPEC being shut down, Paris Climate Accords, UN withdrawal, USAID. This administration, whether you like it or not, is going to go down in history. It's going to go down in history. And it's not because of protests. This is what you should be. The Democrats have not done anything. You haven't seen a Democratic administration like this in I don't know how long. Do you know how much Trump has accomplished? Trump has changed America. My title today is Trump Total Control. Trump has not only changed America forever, he has changed the globe. He has changed the world by going and taking Venezuela, by shutting down Cuba, by getting us out of the Paris Climate Accords, by withdrawing from the UN, by defunding USAID, and now today, Marco Rubio going out to the ICC, crippling OPEC. The world is forever changed. But if you listen to the liberal black bitch who goes live at the same time I go live, there's a liberal black bitch. There's a liberal black bitch, and the goal is to keep you stupid. The goal is to keep you stupid. If you listen to the liberal black bitch, if you listen to the liberal white racist woman, you won't understand any of these things. And I promise you, none of those liberals you watch know what the ICC is. But Republicans, conservative, MAGA Knights, shout out to all my MAGA Knights who won't hang up, who won't stop until you either buy or you die. MAGA, 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 MAGA. They don't know shit about shit. But we knew that we were going to defund the UN because we look at budgets. We look at line items. We knew we were going to defund USAID. We knew we were going to get rid of the Department of Education. And if you look at everything that's been done by the administration, you see a brand new world and a brand new America being built brick by brick. Can I get brick by brick in the chat? Trump built this shit, built brick by brick. Trump, total control. Trump, total control. Trump, total control. Trump built this shit, built brick by brick. We went to China. Came back with a deal. We just left Turkey, came back with a deal. We in Iran and we just built a brand new shipping and we've been stealing oil from Iran every day since February 28. It is a brand new day. Andy said brick by brick, brother. Brick by brick, brother. Donald Trump built this shit, built brick by brick. Straight up. Straight up. Let's get into today's top story. Marco Rubio going after the ICC. We're going to do a short one today. Y'all think I'm going to, I had a conversation. I've been having some realizations lately. My birthday coming up, you know, I'm a Leo. My birthday, August 15th. I've been having some realizations lately about how Leos are so much, have a big heart and they give way more in relationships than they ever receive. I have a relationship with YouTube and the YouTube audience, and I give way more than I ever receive. That's going to stop. I have a dream on my YouTube channel. I have a YouTube dream, but it's becoming a toxic relationship. It's becoming a toxic relationship. So that's how I feel about that. So double tap at the like button. But shit, what we got? We got umpteen people. Trump 2028. Rick Dolly in the building. You know what, though? You know what I love about today? Man, I love everybody. Look at the chat. The chat is all supporters. Man, God is good, man. Y'all, God is good, man. The chat is all supporters, man. God bless the chat. God bless the podcast. God bless everybody watching. God bless the president. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless his wife and his children. I'm so blessed and happy to be here. And you know, you guys, with some of the hate that you receive when you know the truth, and it's just like the truth of the Bible and the truth of the gospel. People hate you when you know the truth. And it's like, you know, it's very difficult. And everybody here supporting me, I'm highlighting your comments because you don't know how much it fuels me, because this is a difficult job. To face the hate every day. I talk to my wife, I talk to God, I say a prayer, and I still come and we face the hate, because uniquely, there's not true intellectualism on YouTube or TikTok, and no one truly understands, and except for my audience and myself. I'm very blessed to have the audience that I have. A lot of people don't truly understand and make the connection. Let me show something. Let me show the type of research before I get into this story. Let me show you guys. Just so you understand, because I know it's just family here. I know it's just family here. So let me show the family. Let me show the family what we talking about. Let me show the family the level, let me show the family the level of commitment I have to you and to the YouTube channel And to anyone who ever has subscribed and hit the like button, I just want to show you this is the level of commitment and love I have for you and my job. I created this as research for today's show. This is the background. This sometimes you don't see these. You don't always see this as an audience, because I know people like the videos, right? They don't like the walk. So this is something that you don't see, but this is behind my loud talking, my jokes, my songs. This is what's behind all of that. Is research and is tables like this that help put together this picture so people could understand and see, so I can understand and see for myself before I present to you what we're discussing today. As we talk about Trump taking total control, what I noticed is that this is not the International Criminal Court, the ICC, and what's being done by the Trump administration is not isolated. If you see my table, this is an American First agenda table, and it tracks out everything that I said in my research I feel is in line with this ICC decision that you see today, with Marco Rubio following Trump's call to get us out of the ICC. We could also put the Paris Climate Accords on here. But here, like I said earlier, is what we do. We do policy. Okay, so today we're going to discuss the ICC. It's the International Criminal Court. The primary action: sanctions, visa bans, aid, threats against member states. Strategic and objective: neutralize international legal oversight over U.S. and allied personnel. America first, right? These things like the ICC, the Paris Climate Accords, USAID, these weaken the sovereignty of America. And I agree with Trump and Marco Rubio with that perspective. Us being beholden to this global court that thinks they can discipline America does not jive with MAGA or America First MAGA principles. Double tap at the like button. Current status as of July 2076. Active campaign launched July 13, 2026 by Trump, being led by Marco Rubio to get us out of the ICC. And same thing with NATO. This, to me, is in line with the NATO actions. Conditioning defense commitments on spending, shifting toward bilateral pacts, replace collective security guarantees with transactional alliances, completely changing the relationship with Europe. Completely changing the relationship with Europe in the world. This is global shift. This is global shift. This is a global body by the Rome Accords. This is us saying we will no longer be beholden to the ICC, a global body. This NATO alliance, again, globalists, Democrats, liberals, doing a global shift for your children and grandchildren. Ongoing friction under systemic review. But if MAGA has its way, it's fuck NATO all day. Put it in the chat. If MAGA has its way, it's fuck NATO all day. UN, United Nations, the funding targeted agencies bypassing multilateral climate and regulatory frameworks, i.e. The Paris Climate Accords, but that China and countries that we have to compete with did not have to adhere to, and put companies in America at a downfall because of this globalist liberal agenda. Reject global governance. I agree. Bodies that limit domestic policy reform. If you read this, then you understand this entire table in my podcast, in my research, in the thumbnail, and what I put together for you today. This was being done in the ICC, NATO, and the UN. It's all a part of Trump's America First agenda and administration to reject global governance bodies that limit domestic policy reform. Double tap and hit the motherfucking like button. There's no podcast like this on YouTube. I promise you, there's no podcast like this on YouTube. Nobody gives the information. What time is it? I'm not doing this, 20 fucking people watching. How long I've been live? 38 minutes. Check this out, motherfuckers. I'm doing an hour today. It's 40 minutes. We got 20 minutes left. So fuck you and fuck YouTube. I don't give a fuck. I'm too motherfucking fly. It's my birthday. It's Leo season. YouTube want to bullshit with the views. Fuck y'all. 20 more minutes, motherfuckers. And I ain't got enough likes. I ain't got no gifts. I ain't got no super chats. 20 more minutes, motherfuckers. And I might not go live for 2 weeks. I'm going to celebrate my birthday. Just like I told Iran. I said, fuck Iran. We're going to go celebrate holidays. I said, we're not negotiating with Iran. We're going to go celebrate the holidays. We're going to go eat too much candy. We're going to go eat a big fat turkey. And we're going to go buy too much presents for our kids at Christmas time. And there's a lot of homeless micro dick motherfuckers who watch me who cannot do that, who don't got this lifestyle, ain't this fly, ain't got the fly shit I got, and player hate on the pimp. So fuck you. Can't believe you two. Rubio announces campaign to dismantle International Criminal Court. Secretary of State Marco Rubio aboard Trump administration effort to dismantle the International Criminal Court, accusing it of targeting U.S. Border Patrol agents, Marines, and prosecutors through international law. The plan includes diplomatic pressure on allies to withdraw, potential aid cuts, visa bans for ICC staff, and expanded sanctions. Conservatives praise the move as defending U.S. independence, while critics like Representative Ilhan Omar called it reckless and a threat to global accountability. See this alignment? See this alignment? She's more aligned with global accountability than American principles. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. She's more concerned about that than America. And she's in the Congress. And these ideas are echoed. These ideas are echoed across. Double tap at the like button, y'all, as y'all come in, man. Double tap at the like button as y'all come in, man.
I'm gonna talk. I'm just gonna show y'all.
17 likes. So we got 17 people here that fuck with the content. Man, I want to say thank you to those 17 people, man. Andy, Ricky, Octoman, Julie. Man, I love y'all, man. Jay, Julian. Shout out to y'all, man. Make sure y'all vote. Let's get a goal. Let's get a goal. Make sure y'all vote in the poll. Player and management professional. Shout out to you, Andy. Man, 17, 7 up, man. I mean, even when the devil be doing his best, look how God show up. 17, 17, man. And you know, 7 is like that God number, man. So my birthday coming up, 8/15, 17 in the chat. Man, we blessed, man. Man, we blessed, man. Man, we blessed, man. And you know what I love the most is that hate never wins. Hate never wins. Look at Trump. Trump got a second term. And with Trump's second term, Trump has done nothing but do policy and make changes. This ICC that we're discussing today is evidence how hate cannot win. The Democrats lie like they were the good guys. People thought but now it's finally coming out. When I played the video of Bill Maher yesterday, and Bill Maher talking about Kamala Harris and 107 days, what these people are realizing is they're not the good guys. The Democrats are not the good guys. There are no good guys on the left. You got to be honest. When you go look at Tyler Robinson, 6 attempts on the president's life, man, the truth keep coming out. The truth keep coming out. It is a hell of a fight today. It is a hell of a fight today. I mean, for real, for real. It is a hell of a fight today. Oh, my God. They got goofballs and crackheads with more people watching than me. They got goofballs and crackheads with more people than me. This shit right here on YouTube, where they don't have an audience, I think I might be done with the shorts feed. I might be done with the shorts feed. I might just do the long form content. Everybody just come over. If it's just going to be 16 people, I don't need to be on the same feed as the fuck shit. Yeah, I don't need to be on the same feed as the fuck shit if it's gonna just be 16 people, and then YouTube has decided to go with maybe because it's the summertime and the kids is out of school, but and we have so many stupid people and stupid parents that it's only stupid kids. So afternoon in the summertime, it's only stupid motherfuckers who want to see the guy with the toilet bowl on his head. How much time we got left? We got 15 minutes left for this bullshit. I'm about to roll a joint on you, bitch ass. Got 15 minutes left for this bullshit. I'm about to roll a joint on your bitch ass. I mean, fuck you too, for real, for real. We ain't here putting in work, and YouTube is being a bitch. Where my audience at? This how I feel about y'all right now. This how I feel about y'all right now.
The ICC was created back in 2002 as a function of the United Nations, but the United States has never recognized its jurisdiction and is now trying to curb its influence more broadly. A State Department official describing a whole-of-government campaign with options including travel bans, visa revocations, and sanctions. Rubio is also calling on America's allies to leave the court completely, saying that the United States will dismantle the court brick by brick if necessary. The ICC was created back in 2002 as a function of the United Nations, but the United States has never recognized its jurisdiction and is now trying to curb its influence more broadly. A State Department official describing a whole-of-government campaign with options including travel bans, visa revocations, and sanctions. Rubio is also calling on America's allies to leave the court completely, saying that the United States will dismantle the court brick by brick if necessary. The ICC was created back in 2002 as a function of the
brick by brick in the chat. Brick by brick in the chat. Break it down, Marco Rubio. Break it down, Donald Trump. That's how we feel about this shit. Get rid of the ICC. Get rid of all of it. Break it down to the very last compound. Brick by brick. Just like Lego, just like for real. Brick by brick. And he's asking for all of our allies to step down. All of our allies to step down, breaking the global order inside Trump's new script for the UN, NATO, and the ICC. That's what we're getting into today. Everyone is looking at Marco Rubio attacking the ICC or the latest headlines. Let me show this again. Everybody look at Marco Rubio. Let me see this shit. Everyone is looking at Marco Rubio attacking the ICC or the latest headlines out of the UN and NATO as separate, isolated blowups. They aren't. What you're looking at is a highly coordinated multi-front blueprint to reclaim total American sovereignty, no matter the diplomatic cost. Today, we break down the hidden strategy. Is trading our historical allies for total independent control a smart move or a dangerous mistake? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. One more time. Is trading our historical allies for total independent control a smart move or a dangerous mistake? I need to know from you in the chat right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. I mean, some of y'all might say they're not even really our allies. Some of y'all might say we don't even really have allies. Double tap hit the like button. That's what we're starting off right now. Brick by brick offense against the Hague, threatening ICC member states with aid cuts. Marco Rubio is threatening ICC member states with aid cuts and targeting court staff with sanctions. The administration is building a legal wall around U.S. sanctions. Does a country actually have sovereignty if a foreign court can judge its citizens? Let me know what you think. I'm going to say this one more time. Does a country actually have sovereignty if a foreign court can judge its citizens? Let me know what you think in the chat. We're getting into it right now. Marco Rubio going after the ICC. I got a couple questions I posed to the chat. If you're intelligent enough and you've been actively listening, let me know what you think. If you're intelligent enough and you've been actively listening, let me know what you think. We're going down the path. Marco Rubio going after the International Criminal Court, the ICC, by Trump. And like I said from my research, this is in line with us drawing down in UN. This is in line with us defunding USAID. This is in line with our invasion in Venezuela, Iran, the disruption of OPEC. This is in line with the America First and brand new global agenda for the red, white, and blue. Keeping it true. Double tap, hit the like button. How about you? Let's go.
For 250 years, Americans have governed ourselves as a free and sovereign people. We choose our own leaders, we determine our own laws, and when we're accused of a crime, we stand for judgment before a jury of our own peers. This is the essential and indispensable feature of our form of government. It is the foundation of our shared way of life. But today, powerful people in faraway places want to take that away from us. They believe that they should be in charge of your laws, of your country, your life, and they don't care whether or not you agree. Halfway across the world, there's an institution that calls itself the International Criminal Court. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. But chances are you don't know the names of its judges,
Right.
of its prosecutors, or
Right.
its president. And you shouldn't have to. But as we speak, the ICC and its friends are waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with statutes, and compacts, and the force of so-called international law. When the ICC was born 24 years ago, they told us that it was merely a narrow backstop, a global court that would step in to prosecute only the gravest offenses, things like genocide and war crimes, and only when a nation's courts were unable to prosecute them on their own. But the truth is, it was something far more radical and extreme. It was a global tribunal staffed by unelected globalist bureaucrats who claim their power is almost unlimited. The danger of this global court has only continued to grow. Today, it threatens every aspect of our political and legal system. Border Patrol agents removing violent criminals from our country, American Marines risking their lives to defend our homeland, prosecutors working to dismantle terrorist plots to attack and kill Americans. If we stand idle, all of them would be at the mercy of foreign judges thousands of miles away, facing the constant risk of prosecution and even imprisonment for the so-called crime of defending their own country. The American people never agreed to any of this, and they never will.
Never.
Read the words of our Declaration of Independence. We fought a revolution against a foreign power, transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Independence is our birthright. We will never let foreign bureaucrats take that away from us. This administration will not sit by as the ICC and its allies seek to threaten our people. If they believe they can deprive us of our sovereignty, we will teach them the full meaning of American resolve.
Marco Rubio, who blinks first? Who blinks first? Double tap, hit the like button. Marco Rubio, who blinks first, ladies and gentlemen? Marco Rubio explaining what this is, what we're doing. We're going after this global paradigm that Biden and I would say Biden and Kamala Harris empowered by putting us back into the Paris Climate Accords, another global body with the ability to have governance over America. And like I said, China and our competitors were not involved in the Paris Climate Accords, and it crippled American competition. So here it is again, an America First agenda on the same lines with the UN drawdown, the USAID drawdown, the OPEC exposure. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Marco Rubio talking about us going after the ICC, an international body. Double tap.
For 250 years, Americans have governed ourselves as a free and sovereign people. We choose our own leaders, we determine our own laws, and when we're accused of a crime, we stand for judgment before a jury of our own peers. This is the essential and indispensable feature of our form of government. It is the foundation of our shared way of life. But today, powerful people in faraway places want to take that away from us. They believe that they should be in charge of your laws, of your country, your life, and they don't care whether or not you agree. Halfway across the world, there's an institution that calls itself the International Criminal Court. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. But chances are you don't know the names of its judges, of its prosecutors, or its president. And you shouldn't have to. But as we speak, the ICC and its friends are waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with statutes, compacts, and the force of so-called international law. When the ICC was born 24 years ago, they told us that it was merely a narrow backstop, a global court that would step in to prosecute only the gravest offenses, things like genocide and war crimes, and only when a nation's courts were unable to prosecute them on their own.
So like I've been explaining all day, these are paradigms from the old last century. It's 2026. These are things from your grandfather's time that were created after World War I and World War II when we had, do you guys know where Germanization comes from and why it's named Germany and why they couldn't have an army and a nuclear weapon? All of these things, these Paris Accords, these Abraham Accords, these Rome Accords, it all came out of another century. Think about it, 1940. And now it's 2026, almost 100 years ago. We're talking about 100 years ago. We're talking about your great-grandfather, people you may have never met. These are great people. The silent generation, they fought the war, they saved the world, they got rid of Hitler. We thank them for everything they did. They created these tools and guide rails so that we never have another Hitler. Now, everybody understood that who was born in the 1900s, right after the World War II. A lot of people watching were born in 1950. You were born 1955. You were born 1965. You were born 1975. A lot of the people born watching right now were born in the 50s, 60s, and the 70s, right? Of the 1900s is 2026, y'all. These are paradigm shifts. And I know a lot of you watching right now, you're 50, you're 60 years old, and you honestly don't understand this changing world that you live in. You honestly don't know how to use your iPhone. No one gives me super chats. No one hits the like. I look at my analytics, it's all old motherfuckers. You don't understand your iPhone, so I know you don't understand the argument that I'm presenting to you today. That what took place in the 19th century, in the 1950s and 60s to ensure we never had another Hitler again, those paradigms are no longer needed. The relationship, the romance with Europe, the alignment with Europe. When people talk about our allies, these are mostly baby boomers. These are mostly people born in the 50s and 60s who say that Europeans are our allies. If you talk to someone under 35, they understand and know that Europeans cannot be our allies because their agenda is not aligned. It's not that we don't like Europeans. It's not that we don't like Starmer and Macron. But if we're being honest and intelligent and intellectual, the alignment has shifted. They say themselves that our focus is on Europe and Russia's proliferation because Russia is in our backyard. We get that. The intellectuals in America, MAGA America, we get it. But our America's ideals are no longer aligned with Europe. And it makes sense, man. It's been 100 years. Europe has different goals. Europe wants to be America. Do you guys understand? They don't have the nuclear power we have. They don't have the military might that we have. They don't have the money and the resources we have to go into the next millennium, to go into the next version of human existence. The robots, the spaceships, the flying cars. Europe is not prepared. So now everybody is jockeying positions because they're looking at Trump going in Venezuela. The number one thing that tripped this off was Trump going to Venezuela and securing all the gold in the globe. Europe had Africa. Europe had the diamonds and the gold. Trump goes to Venezuela and Europe continues to topple down. This is why Starmer, Macron, Spain, they're all a front to us. They don't possess what we have, and they are realizing that without us possessing what America possesses, we no longer can be America's little brother, because what we need to have is different what America needs to have. Because we need to be in this race for semiconductor chips, Web 3.0, in a digital future. Did you guys see Donald Trump's son talk about the crypto? Last week, Donald Trump, and there was the Democrats they don't do policy. They keep trying to come up with like headlines. I wish the Democrats, if anybody, just do fucking policy. So they want to say Donald Trump made $1 billion in crypto, right? In digital. So his son does an interview and he says, the reason why we did that is because, number one, I did it. It wasn't my dad. It was the company. They debanked us, meaning the Trumps couldn't have a bank while he was president. So the only way they could make money and not become poor, because they need to have money. If a Democrat is reelected, they know the Democrats will try to go after their father. So in order to make money, while debanked, they messed with digital currency. And he said, this is the future. This is you guys don't understand why we're having a rift with the ICC, why we're having a rift with NATO. It's because the future is digital. A lot of us alive and watching came from analog. We came from analog existence. The future is digital banking. And this is what I bring up a lot. Davos, we're now trillionaire, richest man in the world, was talking with the CEO of BlackRock. At the time, Elon Musk was not a trillionaire. But I guess the CEO of BlackRock knew he was going to take SpaceX for an IPO and become the world's first trillionaire. So what he said to him, let's talk about a global blockchain. He said, I don't know if it's possible. And he was referring to the dirty data centers. Another thing that we don't talk about, because the intellect is not there for Americans to understand the future of the world. He said, not to say that I want one global blockchain, one global currency, but at least we should be talking about it. That was Davos 2026, months before Elon Musk becomes a trillionaire. The two most richest and powerful men in the globe are talking about one cryptocurrency, one blockchain. Why the fuck y'all think they were doing that? Y'all think they were just doing that? I mean, people talk about and troll. You guys are not focused on the right things and understand why we're getting out of ICC, why we went to Venezuela, why Taiwan is so important. People tell you that CERN and the CERN collider is about moon, stars, quasars, and ghosts. If you listen to certain dummies, they say, oh, the CERN collider, they want to bring devil and ghost and all this goofy ass shit. The truth is, the world is digital. Web 3.0, and it will never be like what it was in the 1900s. That's the truth. And if America doesn't follow someone like Trump, we will be left behind. How many of you have been to Japan recently? How many of you have been to Korea recently? How many of you have seen the new world and know that America is a third world country? How many people have seen the new version of the earth and know America is a third world country? No light rail, no speed trains. What is Japan? Have you seen how many miles of road? I watched Grand Tour. You know, I watched Jeremy Clarkson on the Farm channel. Then I start watching the Grand Tour. Then I start learning about China and all of the beautiful roads and bridges in China. You know who has the most roads and bridges in the world? China. They have roads atop of cliffs and mountains, just fantastical engineering marvels. Outside of the super trains, outside of the skyscrapers, we are in a third world country. Do you know when Donald Trump went to China, one of the things that was discussed was the fact that Chinese EVs are not allowed to be sold in America. That was one of the things Xi Jinping and Donald Trump talked about, because the battery technology, they don't want to, the propriety shit. So that was one of the things that was talked about, and it made me think about YouTubers and TikTokers. What's their favorite video that goes viral? Take a look at this EV. This would be great, but you can't buy it. It's only available in China. Ha ha, ha ha. All your favorite car tubers, they love doing that video. Look at this car. It has 4 electric motors. It's the best electric car on the globe. Too bad you can't have it. It's only available in China. But we don't have any roads that compare to China. You know what they're doing in California right now? Instead of making the roads like China, instead of bringing us into this new world I'm telling you about, because why should they make America better? If Americans are happy with fighting and killing each other, if Americans would prefer to kill the president, they've tried 6 times, then why would the Democrats make this place better for you when they know all you want to do is fight and bitch? Why would they make it better for you? You're never going to have enough money to go to China. You're never going to have enough money to go to China and actually see how they live compared to how you live. Russia, the malls in Russia. Who remembers when Glenn Beck and Tucker went to Russia and walked around the malls and says, you know, American malls are dying, not in Russia. American malls are dying, not in Russia. Strip malls are dying, not in Russia, not in Japan, not in China, not in Korea. How many speed trains do they have in Japan? What version are they on? We don't have one. America's not that big. We should have a train that goes from LA to New York. We should be on our 5th version of that train. Do you know we prefer to be racist? We prefer to fight each other. We prefer to come in this chat room and make jokes than to face our reality. Let's make jokes. Let's be racist. Than to be honest about the fact that Japan is on its 8th version of a 200-mile train, and we don't have one. China's on its 8th version of a 200-mile train, and we don't have one. Let's not talk about our realities. Let's kill Donald Trump. That's what would make us better. That's what get us to the future. That's what get us to the same skyscrapers. That's what get us to the same level of airports. That's what get us to the same level of jets. Qatar had to build our Air Force One. Qatar had to build our Air Force One. That's what get us to the same level of technical proficiency as Japan and China is if we killed the president, right? That's what we need to do, you guys. Go burn down Teslas. That's how we get into the future. That's how we compete with China and Japan. That's the starting point for liberals. They don't even understand the race. They don't even understand the race. That's the starting point for liberals. They don't even understand the race. They don't understand where we are. They don't understand what Trump is doing. They don't understand the race.
But the truth is, it was for 250.
Marco Rubio has been assigned by President Trump to go after the ICC, a global body, in line with the UN, a global body, in line with the USAID, a global body, in line with the Paris Climate Accords. Let's really have a talk about what's happening in the shift that's occurring under President Trump's administration.
For years, Americans have governed ourselves as a free and sovereign people. We choose our own leaders, we determine our own laws, and when we're accused of a crime, we stand for judgment before a jury of our own peers. This is the essential and indispensable feature of our form of government. It is the foundation of our shared way of life. But today, powerful people in faraway places want to take that away from us. They believe that they should be in charge of your laws, of your country, your life, and they don't care whether or not you agree. Halfway across the world, there's an institution that calls itself the International Criminal Court. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. But chances are you don't know the names of its judges, of its prosecutors, or its president. And you shouldn't have to. But as we speak, the ICC and its friends are waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with statutes, and compacts, and the force of so-called international law. When the ICC was born 24 years ago, they told us that it was merely a narrow backstop, a global court that would step in to prosecute only the gravest offenses, things like genocide and war crimes, and only when a nation's courts were unable to prosecute them on their own. But the truth is, it was something far more radical and extreme. It was a global tribunal staffed by unelected globalist bureaucrats who claim their power is almost unlimited. The danger of this global court has only continued to grow. Today, it threatens every aspect of our political and legal system. Border Patrol agents removing violent criminals from our country, American Marines risking their lives to defend our homeland, prosecutors working to dismantle terrorist plots to attack and kill Americans. If we stand idle, all of them would be at the mercy of foreign judges thousands of miles away, facing the constant risk of prosecution and even imprisonment for the so-called crime of defending their own country. The American people never agreed to any of this, and they never will. Read the words of our Declaration of Independence. We fought a revolution against a foreign power, transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Independence is our birthright. We will never let foreign bureaucrats take that away from us. This administration will not sit by as the ICC and its allies seek to threaten our people. If they believe they can deprive us of our sovereignty, we will teach them the full meaning of American resolve.
I like that. I like that last part, Marco. He said, we will teach them the full meaning of American resolve. I like that last part, Marco. That was powerful right there. What we talking about today
For
is
250 years,
the ICC. Let's give a little background. Let's give a little background on what the ICC is, where it came from. Marco Rubio gave a brief history of it. I put it in the chat. I don't know how many people read it. Let me read it for you right now. The ICC was created by the Rome Statute. The Rome Statute is a 1998 international treaty that established the International Criminal Court, ICC, drafted by 160 nations and taking effect in 2002. It serves as a foundational rule book for prosecuting the world's most severe offenses, like Marco Rubio said. This was designed after, in line with genocide and things like that. The world's most severe offenses. It allows for global justice without borders. The Rome Statute gives the ICC authority to prosecute 4 core crimes. Everybody listening? The ICC is empowered by the Rome Statute. Everybody learned a history lesson today to go after 4 core crimes: genocide, actions meant to destroy a specific national, ethnic, or religious group; crimes against humanity, widespread systemic attacks against civilians, for example, murder, torture, or enslavement; war crimes, severe violations of laws or of war, e.g. targeting hospitals, using children, using child soldiers; crime of aggression. These are the 4 things the ICC is primarily designed to go after. It's a shame that we have never heard of it, and we know a lot of these atrocities have occurred. Get the likes up, everybody. Crime of aggression, the unlawful use of armed force by one state against the sovereignty of another. How the court works. Think of the ICC as a global court of last resort. The statute mandates that the ICC only investigates if local national courts are unwilling or unable to prosecute criminals themselves. Right? So if it's a small country, if you've been taken over or invaded, that's why the ICC was created. Double tap at the like, but we're going into details. Jurisdiction and power. The ICC cannot arrest anyone anywhere. It generally has jurisdiction over crimes committed in the territory of a member state or crimes committed by a citizen of a member state. Over 120 countries are members of the Assembly of States Partners. Non-member nations like the United States, I'm going to say that again. Non-member nations like the United States. So what's going on today is the United States has withdrawn from this body, but Marco Rubio and the Trump administration has set their sights on destroying it, outright destroying the ICC. Double tap at the like button. I don't know if you understand what we're talking about today, because this is huge. When I say King Trump, when I say all hail King Trump, when I say hail Hydra, these are the type of power moves. Number one, Donald Trump started bombing Iran from Turkey, an Islamic country, 5 minutes away from Iran. That just lets you know right there, Trump is a bad man. Trump started bombing Iran. He bombed Karg Island while still in the Middle East. I said, typically, you would want the president to be in Camp David. Typically, Secret Service comes in, airplane, are we going to bomb Iran? Sir, we got to get you to Camp David. But instead, Donald Trump stays at the NATO summit for one more day. And that night, Iran bombs a commercial ship. Donald Trump starts to bomb Iran from Turkey, an Islamic country who's opposed to Israel, who's opposed to Jerusalem, who used to be empathetic to Iran. Turkey was like friends with Iran. I said, Trump is a bad man. Trump is a bad man. You're going to bomb Iran while in the Middle East, in an Islamic country. Trump had to fly home in a different jet. For everybody listening and saying, oh, that's not a big deal. It's not a big. Trump had to fly home in a different jet. If you understand the context, but see, this is the thing, people don't understand geopolitics. People do not truly understand Iran and geopolitics, the ICC, the Rome statutes, everything I'm talking about. Because Trump decided to bomb Karg Island while still physically in the Middle East, while physically in the Islamic country, he had to fly home on a different jet. See, Trump flew to Turkey on a Qatari jet, gifted to him. Brand new Air Force One was built by Qatar, gifted to Donald Trump. That's how he got to Turkey on a brand new plane, brand new Air Force One, brand new plane. But we had intel from Israel and Mossad, and Israel said there was an assassination attempt on your life while you were in Turkey. So the Secret Service would not let Donald Trump fly home on the Qatari jet. How many people knew about this? That's what's going on right now in the globe. That's what's going on right now in the globe. Iran tried to kill the president, but we got around that. And the president bombed Karg Island, broke the MOU, broke the ceasefire while in a Muslim country. While in a Muslim country. You can't make this stuff up. Now today, I am presenting to you that he has set Marco Rubio on the hunt to dismantle the ICC. America does not even belong in the ICC. We already left the ICC. The goal of Marco Rubio and Trump is to destroy it, just like the goal was to destroy OPEC, just like the goal was to destroy the global distribution of unsanctioned oil, which is why we went to Venezuela first. Do you know we crippled the globe? See, that was a global market. Why go to Venezuela? Why would we invent? We crippled a global market. There was a global market for unsanctioned crude. This is how they funded the Iranian proxies. They sold illegal oil through the Straits of Hormuz. Everybody knows that now. Everybody knows that now. How was Iran funding the proxies? They were selling oil illegally, unsanctioned oil tankers off the coast of Venezuela, Cuba, and the Straits of Hormuz. That's why we went to Venezuela first, to shut down that market of then UAE leaves OPEC. And then finally Americans learned what is OPEC. What is OPEC? OPEC is a cartel. People in America thought OPEC is like a legal governing body. No, OPEC is an illegal oil price fixing cartel. Hello? This is the lack of intelligence by the Democrats and the liberals. They want to debate, but they will never give you the real facts. OPEC is not a legal company. OPEC is a criminal price-fixing oil cartel, and the UAE left. And the UAE left. Do you guys understand what's going on in the globe? Do you guys understand what's going on in the globe right now? They tried to kill our president. They gifted him a Qatari plane. And now Donald Trump is saying, destroy the ICC. Donald Trump has told Marco Rubio, destroy the ICC. We already are not members of the ICC. We are already no longer members. That's not enough. We want to destroy the ICC. Nobody is a member. The only big dog on the block is America. No more ICC. And how do you beat Marco Rubio and JD Vance? So, because it's so much. See, this is what Kamala Harris failed. Kamala Harris didn't have anything to run on. Kamala Harris was a failure as the borders are. She had nothing to run on, right? She had nothing to say that she accomplished, that she did. JD Vance, Marco Rubio, integral in Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, tariffs, the economy. There's so much to unpack that Marco Rubio and JD Vance will be able to run on. It's going to be a victory lap. It's not even going to be a race. It's going to be a victory lap.
Statutes, compacts.
It's going to be a victory lap all the way to the White House. Marco Rubio, JD Vance, 2028 in the chat. It's not even going to be a race. It's going to be a victory lap to the White House.
There's an institution that calls itself the International Criminal Court. Maybe you've heard of it. Maybe you haven't. But chances are you don't know the names of its judges, of its prosecutors, or its president. And you shouldn't have to. But as we speak, the ICC and its friends are waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with statutes, compacts, and the force of so-called international law. When the ICC was born 24 years ago, they told us that it was merely a narrow backstop, a global court that would step in to prosecute only the gravest offenses, things like genocide and war crimes, and only when a nation's courts were unable to prosecute them on their own.
Right.
But the truth is, it was something far more radical and extreme. It was a global tribunal staffed by unelected globalist bureaucrats who claim their power is almost unlimited. The danger of this global court has only continued to grow. Today, it threatens every aspect of our political and legal system. Border Patrol agents removing violent criminals from our country, American Marines risking their lives to defend our homeland, prosecutors working to dismantle terrorist plots to attack and kill Americans. If we stand idle, all of them would be at the mercy of foreign judges thousands of miles away, facing the constant risk of prosecution and even imprisonment for the so-called crime of defending their own country. The American people never agreed to any of this, and they never will. Read the words of our Declaration of Independence. We fought a revolution against a foreign power, transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Independence is our birthright. We will never let foreign bureaucrats take that away from us. This administration will not sit by as the ICC and its allies seek to threaten our people. If they believe they can deprive us of our sovereignty, we will teach them the full meaning of American resolve.
Amen. We will teach them the full meaning of American resolve. Donald Trump says Marco Rubio to go after the ICC, a governing body empowered by the Rome Statutes. I read you the Rome Statute. It's also in the chat. 1998 International Treaty established the Rome Statute and gives the ICC authority, a global body that was designed to go after genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes of aggression. The Americans no longer participate in the ICC. What you should know that there are over 120 countries are members of the Assembly States parties. The non-member nations like the United States argue that the treaty cannot bind their citizens without their consent. Double tap at the like button. Do you think the ICC should have authority over Americans? Another thing I would like to bring to the chat room is that Representative Ilhan Omar believes that that they should have authority over America. I don't know how you feel about that as a congresswoman, but she is saying that she disagrees with Trump, and she disagrees with Marco Rubio and Trump going after the ICC. Representative Ilhan Omar supports the International Criminal Court. Despite, I just read to you, America is not part of the ICC. And what we're saying today is because we're not part of it, we are not going to be beholden to anything that it says. Ilhan Omar of the squad, AOC, married to a white man worth $30 million, and she probably married her brother. She's under investigation. Did she marry her brother? Ilhan Omar supports the ICC despite us not being a member, calling it essential for global accountability. She recently condemned Secretary of State Marco Rubio's plan to dismantle the court, stating the best way to avoid ICC scrutiny is simple: don't commit atrocity and crimes. Ilhan Omar needs to get on the boat. Ilhan Omar needs to get on the boat. That's what I say. That's what Trump said. Ilhan Omar needs to get on the boat. Straight up. Straight up. That's what, and take Robert De Niro with you. Take Robert De Niro with you. Ilhan Omar needs to get on the boat. How many people agree with me? She's not on the record. I'm trying to see if she's on the record. I'm trying to say if she's on the record about the ICC. I don't have her on the record. I don't have her on the record. I got her statement. She put out a statement, but I'm seeing if there's a video. She put out a statement, but I don't see a video.
of the Commission's time and energy. I think we can all agree that transparency is a good thing, and that many of us have been fighting for a greater transparency around foreign funding for think tanks and other organizations in the United States. But I think we can all also acknowledge that the way these laws are being used in many countries is not truly about transparency. Most often, transparency is used as a pretext to cover authoritarian governments' desire to monitor their critics and shut down their opposition. I think it is not coincidence that the rise of these types of laws is happening in places with leaders that we know are connected to each other through right-wing political networks. I'm talking about here people like Orban in Hungary and Bukele in El Salvador. And it's not an accident that many of their talking points were echoed by Marco Rubio and Elon Musk as they shut down huge parts of the US foreign policy structure this year. I just want to start by thanking our co-chairs for.
So let's address a couple things. So what we're discussing today is not whether or not you agree with the IRGC, if you agree with the ICC. The fact that we're discussing today is America is not a member of the ICC. We are saying that we are now beholden to this international body because we have left that international body. We are now beholden to the ICC, and we will not be. And Marco Rubio has said, and he will use sanctions and tariffs if anybody who considers themselves an ally of America is a member of the ICC. The goal of Marco Rubio and the Trump administration is to change the globe. And this is in line. Let me go back to my graph. This is in line. This is my research. Because you want to sound, and it be these people that come in the chat and think they're intelligent, but they don't have a channel like mine. You know what I'm saying? They think they're intelligent, but they don't have a channel. And they don't have views. This is not an isolated thing. This is in a long line of the Trump administration. Now, keep in mind, Trump has only been president for a year and a half. Just over a year and a half ago, the American people had a choice. For all of you in the chat, the American people had a choice just a year and a half ago between Trump and Kamala Harris. They said no to Kamala. They did not believe the Democrats would address things like what we're discussing here today. Let's just be honest. Let's look at the graph. Let's look at the research that I did. So this is not an isolated incident. Who is that? Movie Moments? You need to start a YouTube channel. How many subscribers you got, Movie Moments? What's your views looking like? What's your analytics? Okay, check this out, Movie Moments. This is not an isolated thing. When we talk about the policy, this is an American First agenda by Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and the MAGA Trump administration. Shout out to MAGA. Trump news, giving Democrats the blues. This is an American First agenda, baby. It's not isolated when we go after the ICC. Sanctions, visa bans, threats against member states. No, we're going after NATO too. This is all part of the America First agenda. We went after NATO, conditioning defense, commitments on spending, shifting toward bilateral pacts. We went after the UN, defunding targeted agencies, bypassing multilateral climate regulatory frameworks, i.e. the Paris Climate Accords. Why are we doing all of this? Why is this important? Here it is, right here, ladies and gentlemen, to reject global governance bodies that limit domestic policy and freedom. Double tap at the like button, double tap at the like button, double tap at the like button. Now you understand Movie Moments. Now you understand Movie Moments. We're doing this purposely, strategically, for a reason, to reject global governance bodies like the ICC, like the Paris Climate Accords, like the UN, let me keep going. What about USAID? Elon Musk kill kids. Elon Musk kill the children. Well, American conservatives like myself wanted to defund USAID. Why did we want to defund USAID? Because Americans like myself said, we do not support transgender rights abroad. We do not support LGBTQ trans dances, libraries, and cartoons in Africa. So any money that was coming from America via USAID to support homosexuality abroad, America said, fuck that, shut that bullshit down. So last week when Elon Musk became a trillionaire, People start saying Elon Musk killed kids. Elon Musk didn't kill kids. Conservatives like myself said defund USAID because it's in line with America First. Do you see the line? Do you see the graph? I got a graph too. Do you see this right here? USAID, United Nations, NATO, ICC. I could have put in Paris Climate Accords. Global Trade in Transit. Proposing cargo transit fees, e.g. Straits of Hormuz, and aggressive tariff threats, direct extraction of economic concessions, prioritizing bilateral trade balances, weaponize humanitarian and economic assistance as hand diplomatic leverage. This is what's going on in the globe, not your wannabe pretend smart ass. But what's really going on, and why I'm telling people that there is a shift. Take a look at my graph, though. Take a look, America First agenda matrix. What you see is the sovereignty reclaim versus ally friction. This is the sweet spot. This is what Trump and Marco Rubio, the more changes we do, the more friction we have with our so-called allies. What I've asked today, is it worth it? Is it worth it to trade the old paradigms of World War II in the 1900s for global dominance? I'm asking you, is it worth it? This is a legitimate question. Is it worth it to trade our allies? Because liberals and Democrats say, oh, these are our allies. But they don't talk about the future. Dirty data centers, quantum computing, global blockchains, Web 3.0, semiconductor chips. Where the fuck are you at with that, though? Where the fuck the allies? Fuck the allies, because the allies going to be soup. The allies going to be soup in this new world. And America is already behind. Trump is simply trying to put us in the motherfucking race. America is already behind. Trump is simply trying to put us in the motherfucking race. And this is why I'm not mad at Europe. I'm not mad at Starmer. I'm not mad at Macron, because they are running the race also. And they realize when America acquired Venezuela, when America acquired the Straits, these are going to leave behind France and Europe. It's going to leave France and Europe behind in this future that they don't discuss with you, because we're 50. We're all 40, 50, and 60 years old. No one is telling us about why these wars are being fought today. These wars are being fought today for the future, for things we will not see, for the robots, for the AI, for the quantum computers that we won't see. But they already are being built. They are already being built. The infrastructure is already being laid. And certain countries are already in a loss. If you understand global geopolitics, certain countries are already in a losing position. This future is being built now. This is why Taiwan is so integral to geopolitics. People think Taiwan is not about anything that the Democrats tell you about. Taiwan is not about race. Taiwan is not about socialism. None of that bullshit. Taiwan is where they make the semiconductor chips, y'all. The quantum computers of the future. That's why Taiwan is important. Web 3.0, dirty data centers, global blockchain. Donald Trump has made $1 billion in cryptocurrency. That's where we're going. You guys want to say Donald Trump, well, he make $1 billion. You know what rich people are doing? They are saying to themselves, how can I get on that? Donald Trump made $1 billion in 1 year off of crypto. How can I? Rich people don't look at it like you look at it. He made $1 billion. I hate him. Rich people are saying, how can I get in on this new market? That's how rich people make money. They look for new markets and new opportunities. And what you guys don't understand, that all of these global rifts, Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, China, Turkey, Macron, France, Ukraine, it's all about these things I'm telling you about. It's all about the dirty data centers. It's all about Web 3.0. It's all about quantum. And the sad part is you may not see it. So you are fighting against America being able, and your grandchildren being able to be competitive in this new world. By you saying, I hate Trump, and not researching and reading and understanding the new world, you are crippling your grandchildren. You are crippling your grandchildren because it's funny. You're crippling your grandchildren for a joke. We don't like Trump. We don't like Trump. But you don't understand the future. We're talking about a world where we have a trillionaire. How else can we explain it to them, Julie? How else can we get them to understand we're talking about a world where we have a trillionaire, our first trillionaire? I mean, for some of us, this conversation is just above your pay grade. Sadly, for some of us, this conversation, you will never get it. And that's why they created TDS. That's why they created CNN. Because for some of you, this conversation, you will never get it. And that's the sad part. And it's about your grandkids. I wish you understood how important these decisions that are being made are about your grandkids. Who gives a fuck? Somebody said, look at that white liberal woman. I tell you, you got to be careful about these white liberal women. Who gives a fuck? But his clients lost as much as he made. That's business. You say that like it's not business. You sound like an ignorant black person. You know how economics always say black people shouldn't be in business because they think like you sound like an ignorant person who doesn't know about money in business. You sound like somebody who grew up on welfare. I'm being honest, bro. I highlighted your comment because you sound like someone who grew up on welfare and mama never had a bank account. That's how you sound. You sound like someone who grew up on welfare and mama never had a bank account. Because what you just described to me is how business works. You didn't say something to me that's odd or irregular. You sound like someone who's ignorant to economics and finance. And that's what's happening in America. People who've never had a bank account, their mother never owned anything, they didn't come from a family with a mortgage or assets, are commenting on a billionaire. You sound broke. You sound broke. And broken. You sound broke and broken. You sound broke and broken. There are winners and losers. You sound broke and you sound broken. U.S. strikes Iranian naval base and reinstates Hormuz blockade. U.S. strikes Iranian naval base and reinstates Hormuz blockade. On July 12, U.S. forces hit a key Iranian maintenance facility at Bandar Abbas Naval Base using sea drones, aiming to curb attacks on commercial shipping through the Straits of Hormuz, which handles 20% of global oil. The next day, President Trump reinstated that the Iranian blockade barring Iranian ships will impose a 20% cargo fee on others to fund the security. Tensions stem from Iran's recent tanker strikes, breaking a June truce, spiking oil prices, with Iran protesting the fee as excessive and unverified, casualty reports circulated. Don't sound like Iran is winning, does it? Don't sound like Iran is winning. Everybody saying Iran is winning. Iran. Don't sound like Iran is winning to me. Sound like Iran is running and hiding and crying. They're scared to come outside.
But if you look for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents. Every president got tapped along, didn't do anything, and they became more and more powerful. This should have been done 47 years ago. Shouldn't have been allowed to start. But Clinton let him go, and Bush let him go. Everybody let him go, and Obama was the worst of all because Obama actually went to their side. Obama, because, you know, he's well, let's not say. Let's leave that for another time. He was terrible. And he allowed Iran to, but he gave them $1.7 billion in cash, in green cash, put in satchels in an airplane and brought to Iran. $1.7 billion. Do you know what that is? Did you ever see $1 million in cash? This is $1.7 billion. It took up an entire Boeing 757, and they flew it to Tehran, and they gave it to people that were waiting at a plane. Can you imagine these people. They never saw money, and now all of a sudden they've got 1.7 billion in cash, and he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars in cash and everything else. And he went to their side, and because of that, they became much more powerful because of Obama.
Correct.
And Biden, who was the vice president, but he probably had nothing to say because he was not such a stupid person. But
they made billions of dollars because of that JPCOA, that lack of a deal that Obama and Democrats love to tout, and Biden being such a stupid person. Double tap hit the like button. Biden being such a stupid person, and the deal that Barack Obama made was so bad.
But if you look for 40...
They filled up a plane with billions of dollars. No one understands why and how they got to have enough uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs. The deal that Barack Obama made allowed them to have the equipment to enrich uranium. They said they were going to enrich uranium for the uses and purposes for energy, right? They wanted to have nuclear energy, right? Reactors so they can have nuclear energy, right? So Barack Obama allowed them the technology to do that. This is what the American people, like I said, instead of teaching American people CTR, critical race theory, and DEI, fuck critical race theory, teach the American people the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim. Tell them what a jihad is. Tell them why Ayatollah Khomeini got elected president. Let's get into this shit. Barack Obama said that they could enrich uranium. This is the problem with Barack Obama and the lack of intelligence by the American people that Donald Trump exposed. In order to enrich uranium to the level needed to use it for energy purposes, they would need the same centrifuges, technology, and software necessary to do what, ladies and gentlemen? Can I get a drum roll, please? Can I get a drum roll, please? To make a nuclear fucking bomb. How many people knew that? The same equipment, the same centrifuges that are needed to enrich uranium to make a nuclear reactor to power your laptop and TV. Well, those nuclear scientists, that equipment, that same software can be used to do what? Surprise, 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 to make a nuclear bomb. So when Trump says no more centrifuges, no more technology, no more software, because you guys lied to Barack Obama. And it makes sense because if I had the technology to develop a nuclear weapon, I would. Barack Obama allowed you the technology, and what did you do? You started developing a nuclear weapon. 11 of them. 11 of them. But Americans don't worry about it because not enough Americans know what a jihad is. Not enough Americans know the difference between a Shia and a Sunni, and Democrats want to teach Americans about slavery. This makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense to me. Critical race theory. Americans don't know what a jihad is. We're in a global conflict. Americans don't know the difference between a Shia. Now, going back to 9/11, this is how dangerous the Democrats are. I argue you should have known this going back to 9/11. Going back to when we first invaded Iraq, you should have been educated on what a jihad was and the differences between a Sunni and a Shia Muslim. You should have known this going back so you would understand what's happening in the region. When Barack Obama talked about the Houthis, we didn't know who the fuck he was talking about. And Barack Obama did not go into detail and explain to us that he was dealing with an Iranian proxy. We didn't learn until Donald Trump becomes president that the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas have been funded billions of dollars by Iran. The only reason they exist, the only reason they were causing trouble to Barack Obama was because of Iranian money. And where did Iran get the money? That takes us back to Venezuela. Where did Iran get the money? That takes us back to Venezuela. Iran was selling oil illegally. I'm going to say it again in case you didn't know. Venezuela was selling oil illegally. Because in order to sell oil on a global market, this is how the Straits of Hormuz got shut down. See, they have a company in Europe that gives these shipping tankers insurance. See, y'all don't know about maritime law. There's domestic law, there's municipal law, there's a lot of different laws. One day during the ICE protest, I broke them all down to my audience. But you guys don't know about maritime law. So when I say illegally selling oil, I'm saying that they weren't following maritime law. They didn't have the proper insurance. They weren't legally selling oil. Venezuela and Iran. Iran was funding Hezbollah. Iran was funding the Houthis. $700 million. Let me play Trump again, so you understand. When Barack Obama gave Iran billions of dollars, and then we hear about him having this issue with the Houthis, no one knew what Barack Obama was talking about. And Barack Obama never said to you, well, we have an issue in the Middle East because Iran wants to kill America. They are sworn enemies. No one ever said that. And Iran sells oil illegally. And then they fund these proxy armies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and they bomb and attack American soldiers and Israeli soldiers. Even going back to Barack Obama had issues with Iranian proxies. Why don't we ever be honest about what's truly been going on in the Middle East and why and how? Tell American people what a jihad is. Tell them, Barack Obama, why didn't you tell America your issues? Why didn't you explain to us when you were dealing with the Houthis and shit that were Iranian proxies, and you gave them money and you gave them $1 billion? Let's go back to Trump. Let's listen to Donald Trump, because you may not want to hear it from me, because I know I'm telling you things that everybody knows because everybody's so smart.
But if you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents. Every president got tapped along, didn't do anything, and they became more and more powerful. This should have been done 47 years ago. Shouldn't have been allowed to start. But Clinton let him go, and Bush let him go. Everybody let him go, and Obama was the worst of all, because Obama actually went to their side. Obama, because, you know, he's a, well, let's leave that for another time. He was terrible. And he allowed Iran to, but he gave them $1.7 billion in cash, in green cash, put in satchels in an airplane and brought to Iran. $1.7 billion. Do you know what that is? Did you ever see $1 million in cash? This is $1.7 billion. It took up an entire Boeing 757, and they flew it to Tehran, and they gave it to people that were waiting at a plane. Can you imagine these people? They never saw money, and now all of a sudden they've got $1.7 billion in cash, and he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars in cash and everything else. And he went to their side, and because of that, they became much more powerful because of Obama. Right. And Biden, who was the vice president, but he probably had nothing to say because he was not such a stupid person. But, and they became more powerful because of Obama. And Joe Biden was the vice president, but he probably had nothing to say because he's such a stupid person. One more time, greatest president ever. Listen to that again. Hundreds of billions of dollars in cash and everything else. And he went to their side. And because of that, they became much more powerful. I just explained to you why they became much more powerful. Obama allowed them to make money. He gave them $1 billion. And that's how you get the proliferation of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Listen. Because of Obama. And Biden, who was the vice president, but he probably had nothing to say because he was not such a stupid person. God, dog, this guy is the greatest. This guy is the best president ever. He's the best president ever. And Biden, who had nothing to say because he's such a stupid, stupid man. Double tap, hit the like button, Sleepy Joe. Let's go, Brandon, let's go. Donald Trump shuts down the Straits of Hormuz, bombs Iran, Card Island, and he says we're keeping the oil. Marco Rubio, JD Vance, 2028, let's go, baby.
No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. That's existing international law. That's the way it is in international waterways all over the world, and that's the way we expect it'll be here. So I don't think we have anybody to convince around here in that regard. I think all the countries in this region would agree with us.
And allies, can they guarantee navigation, freedom of navigation?
So they're asking Rubio about the 20% Donald Trump said he would charge. In case you guys wasn't here yesterday, this is the breaking news. So what we are showing here, right here, is brand new technology. Now, there's been speculation. I can't say definitively. There's been speculation that we got this technology from the Ukraine. What I can say that the sitcom, and this is the unclassified video from sitcom. This is not like a YouTuber's video. This video was released by the White House. This is an unclassified video, unclassified by sitcom. And what they have said is that this is the first time in the naval history that the United States Navy has used the unmanned naval drone to destroy a naval facility. This is the naval facility. I think it's Bandos in Iran. It's the largest naval port, the largest military naval port in Iran, and we destroyed it. Now, what I said yesterday is that, look, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Donald Trump said they had no Navy. No one listened. He had to say it. He has to say it every day. What do I see? Besides the explosion, besides this unmanned drone, I don't see a base. Do you guys see an active base? I see this port, but there are no ships. There are no, I guess there was one submarine left, and we destroyed it. You saw something up there, right? And we destroyed it. That was what they had left, and it's gone now. So what I can report to you is that the war is back in effect. The MOU and the ceasefire is over. The U.S. Navy, for the first time in history, what you're looking at is for the first time in history, the U.S. Navy used the unmanned naval drone. This is a robot boat. For my old fogies in the chat, what do you mean by unmanned naval drone? It's a robot. It's a remote control car. It's a remote control boat. Nobody was on it, and this is the first time ever the Navy has used this technology. Now, what the speculations are, that's what I can say definitively, because that's what Sitcom told us. Now, what's been speculated online is that we got this software and this technology is from the Ukraine. We got this software and the technology from the Ukraine. I can't confirm that. We got a lot of intelligent people in the chat. Maybe there are some more intelligent people than me in the chat. But maybe not. So I'm telling you right now, this is what this is. Y'all tell me, did we get this technology from the Ukraine? I think that would be interesting to know also, but the fact of the matter is the MOU is over, the ceasefire is over, and this is how America is addressing the retaliation, the attempts on the president's life, and the chance at the Iranian funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini. How many people saw the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini and saw when they started chanting death to Donald Trump, death to America? Again, this is more for information. The U.S. has destroyed Iran's military bases. At least 500 missiles have been locked and loaded. Double tap, hit the like button. What happened while we were in Turkey is that there was a funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini. Now, it took them 4 months to do this funeral. It took them 4 months to do this funeral, but they did the funeral on Monday. When they did the funeral, they started chanting death to Trump, death to America. Immediately after the funeral, they broke the ceasefire. This is letting me know there is no leadership. Why do I say this? Why is it? Because if there was actual leadership in Iran, they would have been able to keep people in line and not have them emotionally respond to the burial of Ayatollah Khomeini. Instead, they missed out on $300 billion. They missed out on a peace agreement because they responded emotionally to the burial of Ayatollah Khomeini. On Monday, they buried 7 people, including a child. They had a little baby coffin. They had a little baby coffin, and all these grown men in Iran were crying in the streets. Hours after the funeral, they started bombing. And then this is Trump's response. Now, what I've said to you contextually is that Trump started this bombing campaign while in Turkey, an Islamic country that used to be sympathetic to the Iranian principles, who are against Israel. Turkey does not believe Israel deserves to be a state. In fact, Bibi Netanyahu was interviewed when Trump went to Turkey. Bibi Netanyahu did not like the NATO summit being held in Ankara, Turkey. Bibi Netanyahu did not want Trump to go to the summit. Bibi Netanyahu disagrees with Trump lifting sanctions on Turkey, and Bibi Netanyahu and Israel disagree with Trump allowing Turkey to have F-35 jets. Why? Turkey has said they don't believe Israel is a state. They hate Bibi Netanyahu, and Turkey has said that they want to stand in the middle of Jerusalem. Hey, this is just what I'm just reporting to you what's going on geopolitically, globally in the world. People want to say Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump are sleeping together. I'm just telling you the reality of what's going on. What you're looking at is Iran is on fire again. Iran is on fire again. the speculation is that we have drone technology from the Ukraine. What I am hearing in my research, what I am reading, is that during this Ukraine-Russia conflict, the has developed some of the most high-tech, advanced drone software and technology in the globe when it comes to fighting a war. How many people knew that? I don't know if it's true, but the reports are that the Ukraine has some of the best drones and drone technology globally when it comes to war. And that the Ukraine recently, when meeting with Trump in Turkey, Ankara, gifted America, hello everybody, come on, ROI. Can I get ROI in the chat? We didn't gave them $300 billion Tomahawk missiles. Can I get ROI in the chat? So the speculation is that in a private meeting with Zelensky, Donald Trump acquired some of this high-tech drone technology, and that's what you're seeing in Iran right now. Double tap at the like button. I'm coming to you live. The MOU has been broken by Iran. The ceasefire has been broken, and Donald Trump and Marco Rubio has said the negotiations are off. I just played for you. You're seeing right now Iran on fire. The bombing has restarted. Donald Trump, to go along with this, just to give you proper context, we all know about Congress said Donald Trump can't do this, right? So Donald Trump today sent a brand new memo to Congress. How many people know about this? How many people are paying attention to this? Donald Trump sent a brand new memo to Congress saying he's restarting his 60 days. He's not asking for permission, but based on them death threats to the president and based on them bombing commercial shipping, Donald Trump and the administration sent a brand new alert to Congress saying we are going over what you said in your vote, and we're reigniting that 60 day, because he got 60 days before he has to go to Congress. So he says he's starting that clock again. I didn't even know you could do that. I'm gonna just be honest. That's what the administration said. We are starting that 60-day clock again. Let's go.
Oh my God!
Ceasefire over, MOU canceled. America starts back strikes on Iran, speculating drones coming from Ukraine. They've said Ukraine has the best drone technology. Trump met with Ukraine and Zelensky, and now we're seeing unmanned naval boats blow up naval facilities. What you're seeing right now, Iran is on fire. I repeat, Iran is on fire. What happened? They had a funeral. They buried Ayatollah Khomeini. It took them 4 months to bury Ayatollah Khomeini, and they had an emotional reaction to the funeral. After the funeral, this is why I say there's no leadership, because there's no clear leader. There's no clear direction. After the funeral, I see emotional. I'm saying it was an emotional response because it happened directly after the funeral. Iran started bombing again. Donald Trump was in Turkey at the time. Donald Trump bombed Karg Island. Donald Trump has seized all the oil. I didn't want to do it. I said I didn't want to do it. They made me do it. I told them I'm going to bomb their little hearts out. I didn't want to do it. I said, bomb Karg Island. Don't touch the pipes. Pause. Don't touch my pipe. I said, bomb Karg Island, but we're going to keep the oil, so don't touch the pipes. Pause. Don't touch my pipe. Bomb it. Bomb your little hearts out. We tried to make a deal. These guys are crazy. They don't want to make it. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. I tried to make a deal. They didn't want to make a deal, so we're gonna bomb our little hearts out. We're gonna bomb Karg Island, but we're gonna keep the oil. So don't touch my pipe. Pause. We're not touching the pipes because we're gonna take the Straits of Hormuz. We're gonna charge 20% toll, and we're gonna keep the oil, but don't touch my pipe. Don't touch my pipe. Pause. This is Iran on fire, escalated again. Thank you, Iran. Iran is the one who broke the ceasefire. Iran is the one who broke the MOU. Iran broke the MOU and the ceasefire because, in my speculation, I say they reacted emotionally to the funeral. That's what I say. I say they acted emotionally to the funeral, and that to me is a sign that they don't have clear leadership. If they had clear leadership, they would have told them stand down. because we make strategic strikes, and that wasn't strategic. They attacked 3 commercial ships, and it came across as piracy. The Hormuz Strait is open and remain open with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it's only stopping Iran's ships, our customers, from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be from this point forward known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary due to the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process and formation will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, and we will be charging 20%. Now, there are more details to this. How is this going to be done, right? Well, I showed yesterday, Laura Ingram had a report that the way that we're going to work this out is that we have, while you were sleeping, while you were sleeping, we have reignited an old corridor off the sovereign coast of Oman. That now is protected by our more than 3 aircraft carriers in all of the tunnels. I kept saying to people, Donald Trump is playing a 4D chess. Every time he said ceasefire, he put more ships there. Every time he said take a break, he put more troops there. It was a setup the whole time. We were setting up Iran the whole time. We never had a ceasefire in mind. We never was stopping. There never was a stop. Why do I say it never was a stop? Because he never stopped building up his armada. Yeah, we stopped sending missiles. But he never stopped building up his armada. Every time we took a ceasefire, every time we took a break, there were still troops and planes and boats and aircraft carriers on the way to the region. Did we send a missile? No. But every day we have more and more forces. Now, in 2026, in July, there hasn't been this many American representatives in the region for over 20 years. And now, just like we were before Joe Biden left Afghanistan like a coward. See, what happened with Joe Biden left Afghanistan that people don't understand about geopolitics and the way the world works, what Donald Trump just said in his True Social post, we were the police of the Middle East. That's why we were in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years. We policed the violence. We policed the Houthis, Hamas. We policed the sectorial violence. When you hear that, that is Iran's proxies, people who believe in jihad. And they never taught you this. Y'all thought we were just over there in the desert trying to just be racist. They never told you what was going on, that these people hate America. It was before 9/11. Before 9/11, they've had this hatred for you. So we were over there policing the sectorial violence. When Biden leaves, he creates a power vacuum. When Biden leaves Afghanistan, America had been in the region for 20 years policing the sectorial violence. Hamas, the Houthis, they were all crippled by the fact of the American presence in the Middle East. Do you know they celebrated when Biden left? You guys talk a lot about the JPCOA, this Iranian deal. Do you guys know Biden won in 2020? Biden had 4 years to get a deal with Iran. If the Democrats are so good at making a deal with Iran, Biden had 4 years. Biden just fucked up Biden shit the bed. He opened the border with Mexico. 20 million people came here. Now we got Trinidad de Agua. We got Colombian gang members. We got Nancy Guthrie being kidnapped. He really shit the fucking bed, bro. And then he leaves Afghanistan, creates a power vacuum in the Middle East. That leads to October 7th. Which happened while he was president. Do you guys know when Trump says October 7th never would have happened? It was because Trump would have never withdrawn in the way that Biden withdrew and created a power vacuum. They celebrated. When Biden left Afghanistan, they celebrated. Iran elected a hardliner. Biden had an opportunity in Vienna to get the JP. I'm not for it. I think it was a bad deal. This is what you need. Listen to this. Biden thought it was a bad deal. No one ever tells you this. When you talk about there was this great deal with Barack Obama, Trump got us out of the deal, put sanctions on the Straits of Hormuz. Biden comes in 2020. Biden had 4 years to put Barack Obama's deal back in effect. He chose not to. Not only did, this is what you never hear from the left. Not only did Biden not reinstitute the JPCOA, he kept Trump's sanctions. How many of you knew that? Not only did Biden, who had an opportunity, 4 years he was president. Biden, Kamala Harris was president 2020 to 2024. I don't want to hear shit about the JPCOA. Y'all just was president a year ago. And it wasn't 10 years ago. Do you guys understand Trump just won in 2025? Trump just became president in 2025. It's only 2026, and it's goddamn the middle of 2026. Okay? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have 4 years to get you back into a nuclear agreement if that's what you wanted with Iran. I am telling you here today, not only did he not do that, he kept Trump sanctions in place. And this is never discussed. Everybody in the chat, hit the like button, subscribe. Let me tell the Democrats, let me tell the liberals something else that Biden did. He kept Trump tax cuts in place. Joe Biden kept the Trump tax cuts in place. That's how you get the big, beautiful bill in 2025, 6 months after Trump is elected. $1 trillion legislation, the biggest legislation and bill of most of your lifetime. You've never seen legislation as large as the big, beautiful bill. It's basically a Trump tax cut. These tax cuts came from the first Trump administration. How many of you really know politics? You say you hate Trump. You say you hate me. How many of you really know this shit? Big, beautiful bill are Trump cuts from the first administration. Joe Biden kept those Trump cuts the entire 4 years. That's what made it so easy to roll them into the big, beautiful bill and make them permanent. You know what's such a slam dunk? You know what's such a slam dunk? Is that Biden kept the sanctions on Iran. Biden kept the Trump tax cuts. Biden doubled the Maduro bounty. It was $5 billion. Biden doubled it to $10 billion. Biden kept the sanctions. Trump is the one who put a bounty on Maduro's head for $5 million. Biden doubled it to 10. How many of you know this consistencies between the Biden administration and the Trump administration on a global perspective? Trump put sanctions on Maduro in Venezuela. You could have predicted that we were going to go to Venezuela. And then Biden doubled down for $5 million to $10 million. Joe Biden in January of 2025 spoke with the duly elected president of Venezuela and said Maduro was a dictator. Days before he handed over the presidency to Donald Trump, Joe Biden in January of 2025 spoke to the duly elected president of Venezuela and said Maduro is a dictator. Maduro is a dictator. And he doubled the sanctions on Maduro to 10 million. How many of you know about this? But this is the kicker. This is the gag right here. He did not make the Obamacare subsidies permanent. Let's have a talk this morning. So Biden kept the policy on Venezuela and Maduro, same policy as Trump. Biden kept the policy on Iran, sanctions and no JPCOA, same as Trump. Biden kept the Trump tax cuts, but he didn't make Obama's healthcare subsidies permanent. He let Obama's legacy die. I'm going to be honest, you guys. I mean, the Democrats won't be honest about it, but I think the liberals are a little bit racist. Joe Biden always came off as racist, and Joe Biden did not give a fuck about Barack Obama's legacy. And I believe he purposely, Joe Biden always wanted to be president. He did not want to be vice president under Barack Obama. He did not like the light that Barack Obama got. Joe Biden purposely, he went after power. Joe Biden wanted power. He wanted legacy. That's why he saddled Kamala Harris with the border, even though he opened the border. Only the president can open and close the border. How evil was it for him to make Kamala Harris the border czar? That was evil. You know what that did? That made sure that Kamala Harris' political career was over. Joe Biden is a racist, evil motherfucker. That made sure Kamala Harris' political career is over. There was no way Kamala Harris could do anything and affect the border. She wasn't the fucking president. Only the president could make the changes necessary to affect the border. That fucked her career off. That was so evil. And when he had the chance to cement, this is how you say it in politics. When Joe Biden had the chance to cement the Obama legacy, he didn't. He didn't. Joe Biden could have, and this is the thing, you have to understand the context. I'm giving it to you. You have to understand that, wait a minute, he is making an argument. Perfect Timing Podcast is saying Joe Biden for 4 years did not make permanent the Obamacare subsidies that would have cemented Obamacare in American history, political history, a win for the Democrats. He didn't do that. But in the same administration, he did remain consistent on the JPCOA with Trump and the Republicans. He remained consistent on economics and the tax cuts as the Republicans, and he remained consistent on Venezuela as the Republicans. But he did not show any consistency or alignment with the Obama administration, which he was vice president. This is powerful stuff. This is powerful stuff. This is powerful stuff. Because people every day talk about this nuclear deal that we have with Iran, and they never discuss the fact that Joe Biden was president. This is an excellent segue. This is an excellent segue to Thursday. This is an excellent segue to Thursday because this is something that we were not allowed to discuss on YouTube. A lot of the Republicans, conservatives in 2020, they said Joe Biden got more votes than Barack Obama. The problem with that is, I remember, and I was alive when Barack Obama was elected. It wasn't 50 years ago. Barack Obama had lines. There were no lines when Joe Biden was elected. Barack Obama had T-shirts. Do you know how prolific that election was? In ghettos in Chicago, in ghettos in the interior, in the blackest ghettos of America, to this day, you will see a pickup truck with an Obama bumper sticker. From 2008. And I know because I just saw one the other day. That's how prolific that election was in that campaign. You never saw Biden-Harris bumper stickers. You never saw Biden-Harris T-shirts. You never saw Biden-Harris on your lawn. But they wanted you to believe that Joe Biden got more votes than Barack Obama. Barack Obama was a phenomenon. Everybody had a bumper sticker. Everybody had a poster. Everybody had a T-shirt. Yes, we can. Put it in the chat. Yes, we can. Change. I am so in love with you. Barack Obama, your black mama from Wakanda. I am so in love with you. Donald Trump is making an announcement on Thursday because all of us watched that and said, how could, it's one thing that you said Biden won. This, and the reason I'm bringing this up, because remember what I just said, Joe Biden did not solidify the Obama legacy. Joe Biden came to make his own legacy. Remember what Kamala Harris said in her book, 107 Days? She said she was hypnotized, and the Democratic Party was hypnotized by Jill and Joe Biden. They were power vampires. They didn't care about Barack Obama. They didn't care about Obamacare. And you never are honest about what truly happened in those 4 years while Kamala lost and while the Democrats lost power. It's because Joe Biden and Jill were power vampires. They didn't care about policy. They cared about power. Double tap at the like button. Trump addresses the nation on declassified 2020 election intelligence. The White House has confirmed Trump primetime speech, but offered no topic details. Though anonymous officials told MS Now he will reveal intelligence on foreign nations' efforts to interfere in the 2020 election. He lost to Joe Biden. He will appear with CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Acting DNI Bill Plute, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. Supporters see it as a long-awaited breakthrough tied to probes like the FBI raid on Georgia's Fulton County election office. How many people remember Fulton County stopped counting? You know, when I first started doing this investigation, I said to my wife works for the government. My wife is a very important person in the city and very intelligent. I said to my wife, I said, baby, I said, when Trump lost, that was the first time we went to bed. I said, we need an independent body. I said, before Trump lost in 2020, everybody was cool with listening to the news. Think about how you learn who wins. You can't go to a government site because there's so much corruption. You can't go to vote.gov and see who won. Americans depend on CNN, NBC to tell us who won. That's kind of asinine as I thought about it, right? That's the first thing I told my wife. I said, babe, I never realized that in these elections, we don't have an independent body that we can go to and track the score. We all listen to Steve Kornacki and the Magic Map like this motherfucker is like, you know, sanctioned. He's not. He's just a motherfucking paid shill. I said, that's kind of odd for a country so advanced that we don't have some independent agency that tells us what the vote count is, that we listen to the impartial media who has Barack Obama said it's legal to do propaganda. So the media can lie to you legally because it's entertainment. It's not real news. It's a TV show. If you listen to when it comes on and goes off, this is entertainment. It's not real news. It's entertainment. So for the first time in my life, I was saying to my wife, we went to sleep. Fulton County said they had a flood. Turns out it was a fucking toilet. They lied to us. Fulton County said we had to stop counting. It was another state up north that said they had to stop counting. For the first time in my life, we went to bed. Donald Trump was way ahead. For the first time in our lives, they stopped counting. We didn't know who was president when we went to bed. Every other time from when I was a child, going back 50 years, when I went to bed, we knew who was the president. This was the first time we go to bed, we don't know who the president is. First time certain states stopped counting. We wake up in the morning, come to find out Biden has gained all of this traction and Trump lost. And we couldn't figure it out. But I feel like it's our fault because we allowed this system to go on for years where we just listen to the news media and we don't have an independent body who is telling us who actually has the vote. Just then, President Trump will announce both of Georgia's Democrat senators are illegitimate due to election fraud, per DC Reporter. This comes after FBI and other federal agencies raided elections offices in Georgia recently. Remember, that was Tulsi Gabbard, and this was because during the 2020 election, Fulton County stopped counting and said they had a flood. But then they lied. Come to find out, it was only a toilet. Now, what else did we learn about Fulton County? Did y'all remember? Because I did a story about it when Tulsi Gabbard went down there. There was over 700,000 votes in question. Let me break it down. There were two separate vote counts that were called out by Fulton County. The first one, Fulton County admitted that they lost 315,000 votes. I am not making this up. I wish I was. Fulton County admitted that they lost 315,000 votes. Now, with this admission, Fulton County was able to get a brand new voting facility. Fulton County changed their SOPs, standard operating procedures, fired the staff of all the managers, hired brand new managers, and then they came out and said, we apologize, but during that time, it wasn't illegal. So Fulton County admitted 315,000 votes didn't get recorded. Then subsequent, there was another 300,000 votes that did not get scanned. So in total, we're talking about over 600,000 votes that were called into question in the 2020 Fulton County election. They admitted to the 315,000, but the other 300,000 that got scanned, they want to dispute. But be it as it may, that's why Tulsi Gabbard went there, because there were 700,000 votes called into question. 315,000 they admit to. They say The votes were legitimately counted, but we just forgot to record them and we can't find them. But that wasn't against the law. It's against the law today. This is what the reality of the 2020 election. I don't know if any of you know this, but Fulton County, there's video of Fulton County admitting. I'm going to play this. I'll go look for the video. I'm going to play this. I'll go look for the video.
Here's some breaking news in the FBI's Fulton County election investigation. More than 200 federal agents now in Georgia to comb through data seized earlier this year. A clear sign that the investigation into the 2020 election is heating up. Thanks so much for joining us for the. We have some breaking news in the FBI's Fulton County election investigation. More than 200 federal agents now in Georgia to comb through data seized earlier this year. A clear sign that the investigation into the 2020 election is heating up. Thanks so much for joining us for the. We have some breaking news in the FBI's Fulton County election investigation. More than 200 federal agents now in Georgia to comb through data seized.
That's huge. That's huge. And I say it's about time. That's huge. And I say it's about time. Over, what did he say? 200 officers in Georgia right now. That's huge. And I say it's about time. What the? I'm looking for the story right now for you guys. Just to remind you guys why we had this issue in Fulton County. But I tell you, anything.
About the 2020 election, after almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true. Now they face some steep fines from the state elections board. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon is live tonight at the state capitol, where this all came out earlier this month. Doug.
Yeah, good evening, Blair. And those fines could crest $1 million if the state elections board gets exactly what they're asking for. Fulton County essentially admitted that there were unsigned tabulator tapes. Those are those pieces of paper akin to receipts that come out of the voting tabulation machines that help them verify how many people voted and to make sure that it actually matches the number of votes that were cast. Those are unsigned, and that violates state law. The board also admitted that they were missing some documents tied to 2020.
But it's a violation of a rule. They should have done it.
A stunning admission earlier this month from an attorney representing Fulton County's election board.
The tapes that are an issue in this case have been produced. They just weren't signed.
The ticker tapes she's talking about, shown here, are almost like receipts spit out by voting tabulators on election night. State law says they must be signed by poll workers for verification, but some 150 tapes tracking the votes of some 315,000 people during early voting in 2020 weren't signed. At best.
So listen, y'all, I'm going to play it from the beginning again. But this is what Trump is talking about with the SAVE Act and voter integrity. What did you just hear? Because he said it fast. Early voting, mail-in voting, 150 tapes, but it's 350,000 people. 350,000 votes, you guys. 300. Trump only needed 7,000 to win. We talking about 315,000 votes. That's a lot of fucking votes. Early voting, mail-in voting. How many times have we talked about this? So the reason why I'm showing this, now let's look at this story again. Let's give everybody context what we're talking about today. Donald Trump is making an announcement on Thursday about the fraud that took place in 2020.
We have some breaking news in the FBI's Fulton County election investigation. More than 200 federal agents now in Georgia to comb through data seized earlier this year. A clear sign that the investigation into the 2020 election is heating up. Thanks so much for joining us for the.
So that's why I'm showing this. There are 200 FBI agents in Fulton County right now. Donald Trump is making an announcement Thursday
admission about the 20
about this fraud. Donald Trump is making an announcement Thursday about the fraud in Fulton County. And here I just want to give context to everybody who may not know about the story, because I just played a video about 200 officers in Fulton County. You may say to yourself, why is Donald Trump in Fulton County? Let me listen to the context of what happened and how they frauded the election.
About the 2020 election, after almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out That may not be entirely true. Now they face some steep fines from the state elections board. Atlanta News First.
5 years. Like I said when I started this, when Biden was president, we were not allowed to question any of this. You would have lost your YouTube channel. You would have got a strike. Fulton County was allowed to cheat. Did you hear what he said? After 5 years of them lying about the elections being fair, we come to find out that's not true. They lied. Joe Biden, Charlemagne, all of them liberal shills that you see on the comedians and talk radio. Oh, you believe in the 2020 election? Do you believe the 2020? Remember that? That was a litmus test. During those 4 years when Biden was president, it was a litmus test for Charlemagne and for all these liberal shills. Do you believe that he won the 2020 election? They lied. Listen to the way he starts this report. For 5 years, they told you that Biden won. There was no question. And they told you you were crazy for even the question. They will qualify you in your intelligence. If you didn't believe Biden won equivocally in 2020, you were not intelligent. Now listen to this new report.
About the 2020 election. After almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true. Now they face some steep fines from the state elections board. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon is live tonight at the state capitol, where this all came out earlier this month. Doug.
Yeah, good evening, Blair. And those fines could crest $1 million if the state elections board gets exactly what they're asking for. Fulton County essentially admitted that there were unsigned tabulator tapes. Those are those pieces of paper akin to receipts that come out of the voting tabulation machines that help them verify how many people voted and to make sure that it actually matches the number of votes that were cast. Those are unsigned, and that violates state law. The board also admitted that they were missing some documents tied to 2020.
But it's a violation of a rule. They should have done it.
A stunning admission earlier this month from an attorney representing Fulton County's election board.
The tapes that are an issue in this case have been produced. They just weren't signed.
The ticker tapes she's talking about, shown here, are almost like receipts spit out by voting tabulators on election night. State law says they must be signed by poll workers for verification, but some 150 tapes tracking the votes of some 315,000 people during early voting in 2020 weren't signed.
At best, this is sloppy and it's lazy. At worst, it could be egregious and it could have affected an election.
Some other ticker tapes and documents tied to the 2020 election were also missing, the county said. The revelation made waves nationally. Even Elon Musk posted about it. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger assured it wouldn't have altered the results of the election that was audited and verified several times over. Raffensperger posting online, quote, "A clerical error at the end of the day does not erase valid legal votes."
A clerical error could be one tabulator tape not signed or one tabulator tape missing, not 148 tabulator tapes missing.
Garland Favorito, who runs the conservative watchdog group Voter GA, said the admission is disturbing to people who've had doubts about the 2020 election for years.
It's not vindication. It's just about accuracy and in the integrity and security of future elections.
And that wasn't it for Fulton County this month. Just last Friday, a judge down the hill here ruled that they have to turn over images of ballots from 2020. It was something they had been fighting the state elections board on for well over a year. We're outside the state capitol. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
How many people knew this? There was video. How many people knew this? This is what we talk about today. So Trump is going to be announcing a new announcement on Thursday as it relates to the 2020 election. Some people are speculating that it will have to do with these two people not being legitimately elected. We're going to cover the whole thing Thursday.
Fulton County election investigation, more than 200 federal agents now in Georgia to comb through. We have some breaking news in the FBI's Fulton County election investigation. More than 200 federal agents now in Georgia to comb through data seized earlier this year. A clear sign that the investigation into the 2020 election is heating up. Thanks so much for joining us for the On the
Night. FBI agents are going through materials found today during a search of the Fulton County, Georgia election office. That search is said to be related to the 2020 election. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening. FBI agents are still on site at the records warehouse for the Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections. The matter is sealed before a court, meaning details are limited, but we can report this is related to the 2020 presidential election. Sources tell Fox News that agents retrieved documents, phones, and computers after a judge signed a warrant. President Trump has long made Georgia, and specifically Fulton County, a target of his complaints relating to the 2020 election. Shortly after that election, Trump spoke to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and said he needed 11,780 votes to win the state. At the time, Raffensperger said he felt pressure from Trump and denied any widespread election fraud. He continues to deny it to this day. Now, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis brought state criminal charges against then former President Trump and others in 2023 for conspiracy to overturn the election. But her prosecution, Brett, was eventually derailed completely after it was revealed she had an intimate relationship with the top prosecutor on her team, and it could have tainted the case. Late last year, a judge dismissed the case in its entirety. Now, Brett, last month, the Justice Department sued Fulton County, Georgia, seeking access to 2020 voting records after state officials allegedly failed to respond to a subpoena. Fox News has learned the head of the FBI's Atlanta field office was recently forced out in recent days, but it's unclear, Brett, if this is all related.
What you guys got to say? We're going to find out Thursday. We're going to find out Thursday. Donald Trump, we're going to find out Thursday about this massive fraud. Finally, we can put this to bed. Finally, they're going to have to be forced to be honest about this. I'm looking for that other information that I had, but that other video, these videos were floating.
Breaking news in the FBI.
These videos were floating around.
And potentially sow doubt in the upcoming midterms of the 2020 election, and potentially sow doubt in the upcoming midterms. A new White House task force is expected to begin releasing documents on alleged and so far absolutely baseless evidence of election irregularities in the coming weeks. That is according to two officials with knowledge of the matter. An acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, will be a part of it. I'm going to guess of the 2020 election, and potentially sow doubt in the upcoming midterms. A new White House task force is expected to begin releasing documents on alleged and so far absolutely baseless evidence of election irregularities in the coming.
Baseless. They obviously didn't see the video I just played for you. They said, did you hear? Let's play this again, and then we're going to go back to the other video. Let's make her look bad.
Of the 2020 election, and potentially sow doubt in the upcoming midterms. A new White House task force is expected to begin releasing documents on alleged and so far absolutely baseless evidence of election irregularities.
That's what she said, right? That's what she said, right? Let's show the evidence, y'all. Because we love evidence. Don't we love evidence? Let's show the evidence, y'all. We love evidence. Here's the evidence right here. Well, we can't show that because motherfuckers is stingy in this motherfucking internet game. I'm just trying to show the evidence. They want another motherfucking commercial. Man, fuck your commercial. I didn't listen to one commercial already. Just play the motherfucking video. Shit. Oh, man, this internet shit get on my motherfucking nerves the way everybody pimp everybody, man. Shit. Here it is again. Another commercial, the motherfucker won't let you mute. They hide the mute button and act like, oh, we're still loading. You're not loading, motherfucker. God damn, y'all get on my motherfucking nerves. You gotta listen to all this talk shit. And they hide
Fulton County made a stunning admission.
And they hide the skip button. Man, the internet is evil, man. Man, the internet is evil, man. Then they hide the motherfucking skip button. We don't want to see all that shit, man. Play the fuck.
About the 2020 election, after almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true. Now they face some steep fines from the state elections board. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon is live tonight at the state capitol, where this all came out earlier this month. Doug.
Yeah, good evening, Blair. And those fines could crest $1 million if the state elections board gets exactly what they're asking for. Fulton County essentially admitted that there were unsigned tabulator tapes. Those are those pieces of paper akin to receipts that come out of the voting tabulation machines that help them verify how many people voted and to make sure that it actually matches the number of votes that were cast. Those are unsigned, and that violates state law. The board also admitted that they were missing some documents tied to 2020.
But it's a violation of a rule. They should have done it.
A stunning admission earlier this month from an attorney representing Fulton County's election board.
The tapes that are an issue in this case have been produced. They just weren't signed.
The ticker tapes she's talking about, shown here, are almost like receipts spit out by voting tabulators on election night. State law says they must be signed by poll workers for verification, but some 150 tapes tracking the votes of some 315,000 people during early voting in 2020 weren't signed.
At best, this is sloppy and it's lazy. At worst, it could be egregious and it could have affected an election.
Correct.
Some other ticker tapes and documents tied to the 2020 election were also missing, the county said. The revelation made waves nationally. Even Elon Musk posted about it. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger assured it wouldn't have altered the results of the election that was audited and verified several times over. Raffensperger posting online, quote, "A clerical error at the end of the day does not erase valid legal votes."
A clerical error could be one tabulator tape not signed or one tabulator tape missing, not 148 tabulator tapes missing.
Garland Favorito, who runs the conservative watchdog group Voter GA, said the admission is disturbing to people who've had doubts about the 2020 election for years.
It's not vindication. It's just about accuracy and in the integrity and security of future elections.
And that wasn't it for Fulton County this month. Just last Friday, a judge down the hill here ruled that they have to turn over images of ballots from 2020. It was something they had been fighting the state elections board on for well over a year. We're outside the state capitol. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
Oh, let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me see if we can get that video. Let me see video of judge forcing Fulton County to turn over. Can I get that? Can I get that? I want to see that because I know they've been fighting that. Federal judge block request. No. Let's see this. Let's see this. Let's see this. It's a lot going on with this federal election in Fulton County cheating the American people. But we on top of it, man. And then did you hear the Democratic Shield trying to say that this is something about the 2026 election? Who do y'all have to run in 2026? Y'all don't have nobody to run in 2026. So why act like Trump needs to do some type of sinister thing when there's nobody to run against? There's nobody to run against. Double tap hit the like button. Let's get into this Fulton County. Let's get into this Fulton County corruption. Giving you guys context so when you hear Trump make his announcement on Thursday, you have the context and you can understand it better than the people who are going to listen to hate watch. So many people are going to hate watch and they're going to have a comment and they won't know what's going on. You will because you were here at the Perfect Timing Podcast. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button, please, and thank you.
In Fulton County, a legal win in its fight against the Justice Department's investigation into the 2020 election. The judge blocked the federal government from getting the personal information of thousands of election workers, saying the request went too far. Angelina Salcido is in the newsroom to break all of this down. Angelina, this ruling doesn't stop the federal investigation into Fulton County's 2020 election, but it does mark a significant legal setback for the Justice Department.
Jennifer, that's exactly right. You know, the FBI raided Fulton County's election warehouse back in January, removing hundreds of boxes of 2020 ballots and records. Now, a different federal judge says the Justice Department cannot force the county to hand over the names, home addresses, emails, and phone numbers of the people who helped run that election.
Such warrant. Yes, sir.
The federal investigation into Fulton County's 2020 election is still moving forward, but a federal judge is drawing the line.
The judge is updating the actual portion of the building with the judge.
The Justice Department wanted the personal contact information for thousands of county employees, volunteers, and poll workers who helped run the 2020 election. Tuesday, Judge William Ray said no. In his 28-page order, the judge called the subpoena's scope staggering, writing the government's need for the information was low, while the burden on Fulton County was high.
Now that they're no longer here, I cannot guarantee anything.
The subpoena was the latest step after the FBI's January raid when agents seized hundreds of boxes of ballots and other 2020 election records.
These accusations have already been debunked.
While another federal judge later allowed the government to keep those ballots, this case centered on whether investigators could also obtain private information for the people who worked the election. The court said that request went too far. The judge writing that disclosing the information could discourage people from serving as poll workers, adding the Justice Department subpoena was unreasonable and must be quashed.
Fulton County will fight this with every resource that's at our disposal.
Tuesday, Chairman Rob Pitts called the ruling a victory for the county, saying the court agreed the subpoena had no proper basis, misused the grand jury process, and was far too broad. Pitts says the county will continue defending its election process against what he calls baseless attacks.
So the court said that they got to be transparent. Now, the Democrats during Epstein, everything transparency, transparency, transparency. There's 315,000 votes not accounted for. It makes sense that the American people want to know what happened. 315,000 is a lot. 150 tapes is a lot. You guys built a brand new building, fired all the managers, changed procedures. It makes sense. You're not independent. Georgia is not an island. Can I get Georgia is not an island in the chat? Come on, everybody. The Democrats act like they're an island. No, Georgia is not an island. Georgia is part of America. So it makes sense for the federal government to come and investigate and say, what the fuck happened here? And then Georgia, not transparency. They want to say transparency for Epstein. They want to say, no, we want to be private. We don't want to show you what happened here. Ain't that something? The judge said the DOJ subpoena targeted Fulton County. The DOJ, the federal government, and this is why we keep ending up in the Supreme Court, because there's these different judges. Trump has a federal ruling, and then a lower level judge on the Ninth Circuit comes up with another ruling, and the Democrats go with that subsequent ruling instead of following the DOJ subpoena. There was a DOJ subpoena. Let's take a listen.
District Court of Northern Georgia quashed the subpoena to get all of that election worker data that they were trying to get. If you'll remember, the DOJ tried to subpoena us for the personal names, email addresses, home addresses, phone numbers of anybody basically who worked on the 2020 elections. And today, a judge said 2 thumbs down. Absolutely not. And by the way, this was a Trump appointed judge. So this is not some lefty, liberal-leaning judge. This is a Trump-appointed judge who's following the law, who says this is an overstep by the DOJ. And the judge was really clear that it set a bad precedent.
Why are they happy that they're able to cover up their mistake and the federal government is not allowed to come over? It's like Georgia is saying, Democrats are saying, we don't have a boss. Democrats are saying, I don't have a boss, and this is what happens when you go into a Taco Bell and you can't get a fucking bean and cheese burrito. Because the Democrats are creating this ideology for American children that there is no pecking order, there is no chain of command. The state has to be beholden to the federal government. That's how we keep this thing a union, bro. So here it is, she's celebrating that you don't have to listen to your boss. The federal government, you made a mistake. You admitted you made a mistake. You admitted you made a mistake. The federal government is coming in, your boss, you admitted 350,000 votes were fucked up. So your boss wants to know what went wrong. And she is saying, well, the DOJ went too far. Now we don't have to tell them how the mistake was made. That's bullshit. How do we keep the sanctity of our elections?
That the need for the data from the DOJ was minimal and the burden to produce the data was super, super high, not to mention the privacy issues, which he does talk about. But also he talks about the fact that there is a statute of limitations on the 2020 elections, and that if there were any case to be filed, it would have had to have been filed by late 2025 or early 2026 at the absolute latest. I know I have constituents of mine in Fulton County.
So we missed it by a couple days. Am I the only one that's hearing this illogical logic of the Democratic and the left? So her argument is, oh, you guys missed it by a couple days. You have a statute, not that we did not do something wrong, not that the election was compromised, because that's what's important to the American people. Do y'all hear? Is she smiling? This is why I don't think women should even have these type of roles. I swear to God, if you don't like me, I don't care if you don't like me. Women should not be in these kind of roles. The goal and the thing is, you guys made a 315,000 person mistake. The federal government is your boss. They want to know how the mistake was made and why. That is completely reasonable. She is celebrating the fact that she believes they have got and avoided the accountability. But when it comes to Epstein, we want transparency, we want accountability. But when it comes to the Fulton County election, the presidential election, where's the transparency? Where's the accountability? Where are the Democratic women like AOC, like Elmar, who always yell about transparency? Where are they at now as Fulton County tries to hide behind this judge and not adhere to the DOJ subpoena? Where are those people who talk about transparency?
Who were worried about their kids, who volunteered as poll workers in the 2020 election.
All this shit ain't got nothing to do with the 315,000 votes. The kids, the this, the that. Did you cheat in the motherfucking election?
We don't have to turn over that data now. So everybody who works in Fulton County and who was here during the 2020 elections, you can breathe free, relax. It's a win for those of us who believe in free, fair, and secure elections.
How is that a win? Why do they breathe? What we want to know is if you cheated. Let me go back to this video. God, I can't believe this shit. I can't believe this shit. The way they put context. It's not about none that this motherfucker just said. It's not about none that this motherfucker just said. I'm going to go back to this video. And we're going to go back to this video so we can give context. Because she is saying, like, why is the federal government asking for this? Why is they doing this? Let me show you again. Let me show you again why we're having this discussion, while Trump will be having. There were 315,000 votes. They lied for 5 years. You guys got to hear the white man say it, because when I say it, y'all might not. Listen to the white man. He's impartial. The white man is about to tell you. This is what happened for all our conservatives. We had to listen to these motherfuckers lie for 5 years. They lied for 5 years. This bitch is still lying. This bitch right here, this bitch is still lying. So they lied for 5 years. They lied for 5 years, right? They lied for 5 years. And now finally, Trump is going to get their ass.
A stunning admission about the 2020 election. After almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true.
So when you hear this bitch, we're going to go back and play this bitch right here. And this is why I'm saying, why is she laughing? Why is she celebrating? Because the context, it's just like when people get mad at ICE and they forget that Joe Biden let in 10 to 20 million motherfucking illegals who kidnap Nancy Guthrie and keep running over people on our highways. They think ICE is racist. No, ICE is out because Joe Biden opened the fucking border. We are doing the investigation because you fucked up the vote. Shit. 5 years they lied. Listen to this again. 5 years they lied. She is over there smiling. Oh, you feel safe.
Admission about the 2020 election. After almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true.
5 years they lied, brothers. How many of my conservative brothers?
County made a stunning.
Even if you're not conservative, even if you're not Republican, I know you were interested in this, but all of my MAGA knights who will not hang up until they buy or fucking die. 5 years they lied. 5 years we couldn't talk about this damn election. And they still lying today. It's a victory for us.
Admission about the 2020 election. After almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true. Now they face some steep fines from the state elections board. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon is live tonight at the state capitol, where this all came out earlier this month. Doug.
Yeah, good evening, Blair. And those fines could crest $1 million if the state elections board gets exactly what they're asking for.
So $1 million, you guys. Fulton County is in the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia did an investigation. See, the state of Georgia is red. Fulton County is blue. The state of Georgia said Fulton County cheated, did an investigation, found out Fulton County was wrong, and now Fulton County got to pay $1 million in fines. Fulton County, do you guys understand the logistics here? Fulton County, Fannie Willis, Atlanta, Georgia, the Black Wakanda, cheat. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? They motherfucking cheated. The Black Wakanda cheated. The red state of Georgia investigated, found them to be liable and to be cheaters. Don't this make sense that the federal government would come in and subpoena this information? Let's go back to this bitch. So now y'all understand this bitch right here is talking about how they avoided a subpoena from the federal government. The federal government subpoenaed Fulton County because of the state's prosecution. The state prosecuted Fulton County. Fulton County was guilty, got to pay $1 million. Let's go back to this video. And the $1 million in fines.
Fulton County essentially admitted that there were unsigned tabulator tapes. Those are those pieces of paper akin to receipts that come out of the voting tabulation machines that help them verify how many people voted and to make sure that it actually matches the number of votes that were cast. Those are unsigned, and that violates state law. The board also admitted that they were missing some documents tied to 2020.
So if it breaks state law, does that illegitimize the election? This is not a partisan issue. Can anybody relate to me? This is not a partisan issue. Did you guys hear what he said? If it violated state election law, why was Donald Trump even tried to be prosecuted by Fulton County? Why did you waste all that money? And why is Donald Trump not president in 2020? Why is Joe Biden not in prison? If it violated state law, how can you ratify the election in Georgia? How could you give up those electoral college votes? Am I wrong for saying that? Am I understanding this the right way? If they broke the law, but see, this is the thing about it. They lied. We only finding out they broke the law now. They've been lying for 5 years. So they broke the law 5 years ago. And this bitch just said, oh, the statute of limitations exposed in the beginning of 2026. Bitch, it's still 2026. It's not about the rules when it comes to the Democrats. It's not about what's right and wrong when it comes to the Democrats. This bitch said, oh, the statute of limitations expired. This brother just said, my white brother on the screen just said, they broke the law. So my natural question in my analytical mind is, well, shit, that invalidates the election, right? And then I just remember what he said at the beginning. They've been lying for 5 years. Holy fuck. And then I just remember I'm a YouTuber and I haven't been allowed to talk about this for 5 years. No one. We had to live with their election results. But is the election truly legitimate if they broke the law in Fulton County? One more time. You tell me in the chat what you think.
And that violates state law. The board also admitted that they were missing some documents tied to 2020.
But it's a violation of a rule. They should have done it.
A stunning admission earlier this month from an attorney representing Fulton County's election board.
The tapes that are an issue in this case have been produced. They just weren't signed.
The ticker tapes she's talking about, shown here, are almost like receipts spit out by voting tabulators on election night. State law says they must be signed by poll workers for verification, but some 150 tapes tracking the votes of some 315,000 people during early voting in 2020 weren't signed.
At best, this is sloppy and it's lazy. At worst, it could be egregious and it could have affected an election.
Some other ticker tapes and documents tied to the 2020 election were also missing, the county said. The revelation made waves nationally. Even Elon Musk posted about it. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger assured it wouldn't have altered the results of the election that was audited and verified several times over. Raffensperger posting online, quote, a clerical error at the end of the day does not erase valid legal votes.
A clerical error could be one tabulator tape not signed or one tabulator tape missing, not 148 tabulator tapes missing.
Garland Favorito, who runs the conservative watchdog group Voter GA, said the admission.
So I'm excited, right? And I did not unpack that. So what we like to do, we watch the video in its entirety the first time, and then when we watch it the second time, we're able to unpack things that we missed the first time. So this is what I'm saying. This is an elderly gentleman, and this is the argument for MAGA and conservatives for the federal investigation. And does that invalidate the election? This elderly
several times over.
He said, this is not a clerical error. One or two could be a clerical error. 150 tapes amounting to 315,000 votes is not a clerical error. Do you agree with him?
Raffensperger posting online, quote, a clerical error at the end of the day does not erase valid legal votes.
A clerical error could be one tabulator tape not signed or one tabulator tape missing, not 148 tabulator tapes missing.
Do you agree with that? I think that's just logic. But then when you're dealing with Democrats, it's always illogical, right? We all went to school. We all went to school. We all had homework. We all had, the dog ate my homework, right? Everybody had the dog ate my homework, right? But something transpired with the millennials and the single parent homes and the single parent moms and the ratchet baby mama bullshit to where the dog ate my homework became an acceptable excuse. Is everybody listening? I said something happened with the single parent homes, the baby mama ratchet bullshit, where the dog ate my homework became an acceptable excuse. And if you don't believe my son when he says the dog ate my homework, I'm gonna beat your ass. You hear what I'm saying? Does everybody hear what I'm saying? Something shifted when they got the single mother Wakanda baby mama, the king of Wakanda, your black mama. The dog ate my homework became acceptable because she said, I'm gonna beat your ass. She told the teacher, if you don't accept my son saying the dog ate his homework, I'm gonna beat your ass. That's how we get to 150 tapes being a clerical error. Listen again to the illogical logic of the Democrats. This is the baby mama culture. This is a baby mama culture. The dog ate my homework, and if you don't believe my son, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Times over. Raffensperger posting online, quote, a clerical error at the end of the day does not erase valid legal votes.
A clerical error could be one tabulator tape not signed or one tabulator tape missing, not 148 tabulator tapes missing.
But see, the definitions of everything have been changed. They don't know what a woman is. They don't know what he, she is. You know what I was explaining to my wife the other day? Good, better, best. Good, better, best are not the same. To a woman, I was about to say the B word. To a woman, it's not the same. Good, better, best are not the same. They're not even in the same arena. Good, better, best are, so there's levels to this shit. So a clerical error is one thing, right? But when you can habitually, shout out to Roger Report and the habitual line steppers. Roger says a lot of time, like an error, let's just go to error. And this is how bosses would do it if you're my employee. If you made an error, I would give you that once or twice. Is everybody listening? Because we're talking about the everybody gets a trophy generation. If you made an error as my employee, that's an error once or twice. I'm telling you now, if you do it again, it's not an error. Shout out to Roger and the Roger Report. Roger always taught me this thing, and I keep it with me. He said, if a motherfucker is doing something more than 50% of the time, they doing it on purpose. Y'all understand? If somebody is doing something habitually, they doing it on purpose. Yeah, it was a mistake. What did George Bush say? If you bite me one time, shame on you. If you trick me, if you fool, you can't get fooled again. If you fool me, George Bush, I'm gonna look that up. That was hella funny when he said that. George Bush, man, if you fool me Oh shit. George Bush. George Bush. George Bush. Oh shit. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that?
Make the world a peaceful place. There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." Fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Woo! 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 We talking about Fulton County. We talking about Fulton County fraud. Fulton County fraud. President Trump making an announcement Thursday on the Fulton County fraud. They stole the election, y'all. If you fool, there's an old saying in Tennessee. I know it's in Texas. I think it's in Tennessee. I love Bush. Bring Bush back. Bush 2028. Bush 2028. I'm smoking on that Bush. Presidential. Call it George Bush. If you see me smoking, it's straight Kush from LA. Presidential. Call it George Bush. By the way, life is great. Just got a camera on the peach in my license plate. What it do? What the business is? Word on the street, perfect on the handle is, bitch, get your mind right. Let me talk to him. Bitch, get your mind right. Let me talk to him. Hold up, what the business is. Word on the street, perfect on the handle is, bitch, get your mind right. Perfect, talk to him. Bitch, get your mind right. Perfect, talk to him.
Welcome back to the Takeout. The government has unsealed records connected to the recent FBI raid that seized 2020 election ballots from Fulton County, Georgia. The move comes after the county, which encompasses Atlanta and some of its suburbs, filed a motion requesting the return of the records taken during a recent FBI raid, and for officials to explain what exactly they were looking for. We're joined now by CBS News election law contributor David Becker, who is also the executive director of the Center for Election Innovation and Research. This is the guy you call when there are questions about ballots and irregularities and whatnot. And thank goodness we're starting yet another election cycle with you. But as you were saying during the break, a lot earlier than we normally would because this stuff is kicked up so soon.
It's only February, Ed. It's incredible.
Give us a sense. This is a 22-page release here. What does this help us sort out today regarding what the government was looking for?
Well, I'll be honest, when I knew this was coming out, I was expecting a lot more in here to justify the seizure of election records from an election more than 5 years ago. And it's pretty weak, I mean, to be perfectly honest. In this affidavit signed by an FBI agent justifying that they had probable cause to believe that there was evidence that related to the commission of a federal crime, they basically admitted there's no intent. Their own studies that they cited in there said there was no intent to do anything wrong, and intent is a necessary element of proving any federal crime. They didn't have any allegations with regard to election theft at all. In fact, they admit that the ballots were counted 3 times, once entirely by hand, and confirmed the results in Atlanta and in Fulton County. They don't mention anything about foreign interference or a foreign nexus, which would have been necessary to invoke any jurisdiction for the Director of National Intelligence, and she was, of course, inside that room. And lastly, there were this big statute of limitations issue, this 5-year statute of limitations on any of these federal crimes. They don't mention the statute of limitations at all. And so when we're looking at this document now, what's pretty clear is that 5+ years after the election, dozens of court cases, more review than any election in world history, over a year now of the Trump administration being in total power of the federal government. And all they could possibly allege in this affidavit, if you take it at its word, is that there was some human error on a long night working an election in the middle of a global pandemic, and that error didn't have any impact on the outcome of the election.
I mean, that's what they detail here at length, is the idea that one hand count got one number, another got another, but as you point out, what they ultimately conclude is it didn't change the result
That's right.
Biden still won, Trump still lost.
It's not that unusual for little human errors to happen here or there. 2 ballots get stuck in the scanner and the numbers might be off a little bit here or there. But ultimately, you know, this election was decided by 11,779 votes. We remember the call that President Trump made to Secretary of State Raffensperger.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big margin in this world. And there was absolutely no review, no recount the multiple times. These ballots have probably been counted more than any ballots in American history at this point.
Real quick, with the 40 seconds we have left, this happens. We'll see what the judge rules or as Fulton County tries to get these ballots back. But what does this do to the president's arguments he'll probably make over the course of the rest of this year?
Look, no matter what the facts have been, no matter how many times courts have found that there was no problem with the 2020 election, that Biden won that election, he has continued to spread disinformation. And in doing that, he's been denigrating the election officials, the public servants around the country, Republicans and Democrats who run our elections. They're getting tired of it, but they're still doing a great job. I expect our elections this year, despite the federal interference, despite the challenges they're going to face, I expect them to be run extremely well. It's going to be convenient and safe to vote, and we're going to know who wins the elections.
And I think, if anything, if you read this thing, what you're reminded by is that it is humans who count these ballots, ultimately, humans responsible for them, and mistakes can happen.
That's right. And our system is designed to be resilient against those.
Right. And had there been issues with the count, we probably would have heard about it by now.
Long ago, yes.
David Becker, great to see you as always.
The video is too quiet, even at a 100.
Donald Trump got an announcement coming on Thursday about the election fraud. Let's go back to this bitch right here. So everything I've been giving you context, this bitch right here, Fulton County representative, she's celebrating the fraud.
Who want to move on to 2026 and 2028 with our elections intact. Today, a judge in the District Court of Northern Georgia quashed the subpoena to get all of that election worker data that they were trying to get. If you'll remember, the DOJ tried to subpoena us for the personal names, email addresses, home addresses, phone numbers of anybody basically who worked on the 2020 elections. And today a judge said 2 thumbs down. Absolutely not. And by the way, this was a Trump appointed judge. So this is not some lefty liberal leaning judge. This is a Trump appointed judge who's following the law, who says this is an overstep by the DOJ. And the judge was really clear that it set a bad precedent, that the need for the data from the DOJ was minimal and the burden to produce the data was super, super high, not to mention the privacy issues, which he does talk about. But also he talks about the fact that there is a statute of limitations on the 2020 elections, and that if there were any case to be filed, it would have had to have been filed by late 2025 or early 2026 at the absolute latest. I know I have constituents of mine in Fulton County who were worried about their kids who volunteered as poll workers in the 2020 elections. We don't have to turn over that data now. So everybody who works in Fulton County and who was here during the 2020 elections, you can breathe free, relax. It's a win for those of us who believe in free, fair, and secure elections and who want to move on to 2026 and 2028 with our elections intact. Today, a judge in the district.
So they're celebrating the fraud. How y'all feel about it? Donald Trump, I'm giving you context. Donald Trump Thursday is going to be making an announcement. Donald Trump Thursday is going to be making an announcement when it comes to this fraud. They've been stealing elections for the last 15 to 20 years, not just here in the United States, but around the world. Now they're exposed and running. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. They've been stealing elections for 20 years.
We have them destroying evidence right and left in Georgia, in Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Fulton County. It's everything from shredding ballots to wiping machines and replacing servers. All these machines should have been impounded the day after the election and reviewed for forensic analysis.
We have statistical evidence, we have mathematical impossibilities. It's simply impossible for hundreds of thousands of votes to suddenly accrue to Mr. Biden. You have that incident on tape, which is abject evidence of fraud. Nobody hides ballots under a table. Mr. Raffensperger was flat out lying. Anybody who can read body language can tell that. There should be a criminal investigation of his and his secretaries.
Who remembers these videos? MAGA. MAGA. Who remembers these videos? They buried these videos. We weren't allowed to talk about these videos for 4 years. I remember these videos. Who remember these videos? Y'all remember all these Fannie Mae's hiding elect, and then they made TikToks. They made TikToks saying we're gonna make sure Trump lose. Do y'all remember these? Oh man, thank God for me. If you want to watch a great podcast, double tap and subscribe. Who remember these videos?
Finances around the time of the $107 million Dominion contract that was suddenly awarded in Georgia when they didn't need a new system. The whole thing stinks to high heaven. You know, they lied to get rid of the observers in the audit in the State Farm Center that night. Then they pull out the ballots they had segregated under the table that's just happened to turn out 98% for Biden. Yes, right. They do it after telling everybody to leave.
It makes me wonder where in the world is our FBI and our Department of Justice. And I'm frankly very concerned that this entire system was originated likely by the CIA and maybe even given to Venezuela years ago or seeded in different places that wound up with Venezuela, which started the Smartmatic and Dominion companies. And the only reason they have a Boca Raton address here in the United States is to try to make them seem like a United States company. But they're not. They're owned, run, and were organized and created by Venezuelan dictator Hugo Chavez with his dirty money and the dirty money of the Cuban communists.
Did you guys know that? Did you know, guys, Dominion origins with Chavez? Chavez. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? Woo! You might be no man. I mean Hugo. Oh, let's see. This is powerful stuff we present today. Powerful stuff.
To ensure he had won every election after it was used. One of our witnesses was a direct, firsthand, personal observer of all of that, received the briefings on how it all worked, saw it work in the control room for election after election, and has given us detailed affidavit to explain it all. There's people who say there's no evidence, just are lying through their teeth, or they're deliberately ignorant or willfully blind to the truth. And frankly, they're part of the problem. I mean, a lot of the people who are saying there's no evidence are part of the problem and know damn well that all this happened and may have even instigated it, benefited from it, paid for it, encouraged it. Every fraudulent ballot destroys the vote of a legal voter. And effectively, what they did with the machine fraud was they did everything from injecting massive quantities of votes into the system that they just made up, or running counterfeit ballots through multiple times in multiple batches to create the appearance of votes that weren't really there. They trashed votes. They had this thing called an adjudication system where they could program the computer, even by their own manual, they explained this. They can program the computer to reject ballots for any number of reasons. So the moneyed interests, the political interests, the global power elites have been doing this all around the world.
So they saying that Hugo Chavez did not have anything to do with Dominion. They said it's separate. It's totally separate. Dominion is owned by somebody else. And what is being reported is that this is conspiracy, and that Dominion was not owned by Chavez.
Wherever they.
So we don't want to spread that. You could believe whatever you want to believe. President Trump will be making a speech. You could believe whatever you want to believe, but I got to clear that up. I just want to clear that up. In my research, she's just said that Hugo Chavez own dominion, and that's not true. So we can't spread false. President Trump will be making a speech to the nation on Thursday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And that's why we've been showing this, because we believe that the speech that President Trump is going to be addressing the nation is going to be about the election fraud that took place. So we're going to be tuning in on Thursday. We're going to be tuning in on Thursday to get those details. I just want to give you guys context about the 315,000 votes, about the subpoena, about the judge decision that came in today. They are celebrating in Fulton County right now because before the judge gave them a break, they were under subpoena from the DOJ. I want to know why they hadn't adhered to the subpoena yet. If a judge gives you a subpoena, you're supposed to do it, right? You're not supposed to wait for another judge to say, oh, you don't have to follow the subpoena. Is that how subpoenas work? I didn't know subpoenas work that way. The DOJ subpoenaed, the federal government subpoenaed Fulton County, and then Fulton County saw the judgment from a subsequent judge to block the subpoena. Is that how it works? I'm not a lawyer. Y'all help me out. Y'all help me out.
I think of as a dad, as somebody who talked about Christ. I can't believe that you think that this is okay.
You want me to tell you that politics ain't beanbag, Jamal?
No, I want you to tell me that Donald Trump is not a great role model for America's children, and we should be looking for somewhere else to look for that.
Look, he participates in our political culture in a very, very strong way. And when people come out against him, he comes out against them. And you work for Kamala Harris, and I've never heard her say a kind word about Donald Trump or any Republican much. So politics is a rough and tumble business. That I will admit.
I mean, from the South. I mean,
do I expect Donald Trump to teach my children anything and everything? No, I'll take care of that. He can take care of the politics. I'll take care of my kids. If you need politicians to tell your kids right from wrong, that's your business.
I think generally
for us to normalize this, out of here.
They keep trying to bring out people to go at my brother Scott. He said, if you need politicians to raise your kids, then that's on you. Double down. That's my brother Scott Jennings, my brother from another mother. Shout out to you, Scott, baby. He always shutting them down on that channel. Greg Gufford alleged Iranian plot to kill Trump. I already broke that down. Double tap, hit the like button. Americans don't even know Trump flew to Iran on a Qatari Air Force One jet that they built him. Double tap, hit the like button. Iran tried to plot to kill President Trump while he was in Turkey, which is why he switched planes on the way back like a real player. President Trump is a player from the Himalayas. How many players do you know could switch jets on the bitch, man? President Trump is the type of player that could switch jets. You feel me? I came here on Air Force One, bitch. I'm going to leave on Air Force Two. I switched jets. I switched jets on the bitch. I don't know no players like that. That's a real player. That's a real player from the Himalayas, man. That's a real player from the Himalayas. Oh, that's a real player, man.
I guess it tells you how dangerous Trump is to our adversaries, which is how it should be. Our adversaries should want him dead. I find that refreshing. They never would have targeted Joe Biden or Kamala Harris because they realize they're more harmful.
That's hilarious. He said they never would have targeted Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's fucking funny, bro.
Our adversaries should want him dead. I find that refreshing. They never would have targeted Joe Biden or Kamala Harris because they realize they're more harmful to the United States when they're alive. Keep them healthy. They risk.
Put a one in the chat if you like Gutfield. Gutfield just said, bro, they said they didn't target Biden and Kamala because they're more detrimental to the country alive. It's funny because it's true, right? You get it? It's funny because it's true.
United States when they're alive. Keep them healthy. They wish Joe Biden was healthier. Our enemies love Joe Biden. He reminds me of when we used to sneak into a movie theater when we were kids. We always did it when the old guy with the bad eyesight was working. That's exactly how our adversaries looked at Joe Biden. Now's the time. Now's the time. I guess it tells you how dangerous Trump is to our adversary.
That's so good. That is so good. That is so good. Oh, my God. So, I mean, behind the jokes, there was a serious plot to assassinate our president. Donald Trump broke the MOU. Well, Iran broke the MOU. Donald Trump responded to Iran breaking the MOU while in an Islamic country. Anybody want to look up how close Ankara is to Iran? I'll look it up right now. I'm surprised I haven't done this before because I was giving you guys context. How close is Ankara to Iran? Just so for context for people, it's 29 hours. So how long is it? 2,000 miles, 29 hours by car. Ankara looks like it's more closer to Italy, but it's definitely in the region. What y'all think? It's definitely in the region. So this is the map right here. This is it right here. What y'all think? Ankara, Iran. This is it was a NATO summit in Turkey. It was a NATO summit in Turkey. This is an Islamic country who is opposed to Israel and believes Jerusalem should be in charge of Jerusalem. So Trump was here when he started bombing Iran. Iran had a funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini, broke the ceasefire. They broke the ceasefire. They had a funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini, broke the ceasefire, and then you had this right here. So this is what I said. If Trump was going to bomb Iran, this is why I say Trump is a bad man. You would think Trump would be in Camp David. You would think Trump would be safer in Camp David when he retaliated against Iran for them breaking the ceasefire in the MOU. It's dangerous for Trump. By anybody who understands this geopolitical debate we're having today, how badass was it for Trump to bomb Iran while being in their backyard? This is Trump in Ankara, Turkey at the NATO summit when Iran breaks the MOU and the ceasefire. That night, Trump is in a Turkish hotel when he bombs Iran and bombs Karg Island. Trump still has to get back to North America. What happens after the summit, how Trump got to Ankara, he flew there on a Qatari jet gifted to him by Qatar. When we got intel from Israel that it was a possibility that there would be a assassination attempt, Trump flew home on a different jet. But what you guys need to understand is that Trump fired upon Iran while in the Middle East, in the Iranians' backyard. And because he did so, Iran had a plot to assassinate our president. He foiled their plot by flying home in a different plane. Just giving you guys context. I want everybody to have context. And we going back to the videos. Double tap at the like button. Maine Democrats Executive Director Devin Murphy Anderson, who refuses to hold debate for potential Grand Platinum replacement, says her mission is to be inclusive. Grand Platinum dropped out.
But where are we now with the process to pick our next nominee in Maine?
So obviously when the headlines dropped, we immediately were just absolutely devastated for the women who had to make this really brave choice to come forward. And from that moment forth, we were really grounded in our mission and a North Star, which was to deliver a fair, transparent, inclusive process for the Maine people to select a new nominee.
They just say those words. It's like keywords to get the video, to get views and likes. She said transparency, bitch. Where's the transparency? We just talked about this, you guys. The Democrats do not believe in those words. They just say them because this is what they're celebrating in Fulton County. The lack thereof of listen.
Which was to deliver a fair, transparent, inclusive process for the Maine people.
It don't even sound contextually or linguistically correct. Those words don't even go together in a sentence.
A North Star, which was to deliver a fair, transparent, inclusive process for the
God damn, that much, bitch. Listen again.
And a North Star, which was to deliver a
What's the North Star? What's the North Star? That's the candidate. That's why the Democrats ain't gonna win, bitch. I'm not voting for a North Star, bitch. I don't know what you're talking about. When the Democrats do a protest, show this video to the Democrats and say, the Democrats lost. This is why you lost. The bitch is trying to run a North Star.
really grounded in our mission and a North Star, which was to deliver a fair, transparent, inclusive process for the Maine people.
A fair, transparent, inclusive process and to get a North Star. That's what the Democrats want. Fucking Santa Claus. Santa Claus, the North Star. Get the fuck out of here. Close the door. The Democrats, the North Star. Well, we most want. And now, you know what's so ironic about that North Star bullshit? She's talking about Planter. This bitch is in control of Maine with Planter, Graham Planter, serial rapist. Holy moly, Batman! She is talking about Graham Planter's district where he won. Graham Planter won the primary. So he was the guy, he was forced to step down after serial rapist. He's a serial rapist. Serial rapist. Multiple big bitches came out. A skinny bitch and a big bitch came out against Graham Plattner. It was text messages, it was wives, but he had a Nazi tattoo. They still wanted him to be the Democratic North Star, I guess. Graham Plattner was your first North Star. That's what's so funny about this. She said she wanted another North Star. So everybody, the Democrats consider Graham Plattner, Nazi serial rapist, a North Star. He can't make this up. So this is the Democrat in charge of who will be next in line after Plattner. And you guys want to know why you lose. Don't blame me. Blame it on the lames. Lame. You can blame it on the lames because the lames don't care and the lame don't mind. Blame it on the lame. Oh my goodness gracious golly me. Ooh, where was she at with the Fulton County? Where was you at with the Fulton County? Where was you at with your, well, we want it clear, transparent. They don't want that in Fulton County. They do not want that in Fulton County. Oh, I love it. Don't you love it?
Anybody in history.
Donald Trump. I lost the Trump. It's like a this is an S-double-U to the V. S-double-U to the V. It's a Democratic triplets. It's the Democratic triplets. It's the losers. Giving a big L for the loser. S-double-W-U-V-V.
First of all, you mentioned 2020. You're right. In 2020, I got more votes than anybody in history, Republican Party, and I got more votes, but the election was rigged. But in 2024, I really got more. We made it too big to rig. And but we did great in 2020. It was a rigged election. And you saw it in California. Very interesting, if I could just divert. So the kid got, the shaft. And he did Spencer Pratt. He did really pretty damn well, and they threw him out. And it was happening to Steve Hilton, and I went on a tear. And they said it was going to be 2 weeks, and they'll know about Hilton, whether or not he's going to make it. I went on such a tear that they approved it immediately. They approved Steve. It's such a rigged deal. It's so crazy. They approved him so fast because everybody was watching, and he was leading, and it was leading by a lot. And you saw his lead was dissipating rapidly. They were taking it away from him, just like they took it away from the kid. And I went on a tear. And by the way, we have the U.S. attorneys looking at it. And the 2 weeks said all of a sudden, we have a surprise. Steve Hilton won. And he did win. But they were going to take it away shortly. They were going to take it away over a 2 week period. You know, they announced that they wouldn't have the results for a week to 2 weeks. All of a sudden, they approved Steve Hilton.
But Iran.
It's a rigged election.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's get back to Iran.
I shouldn't have brought that up. But how do you feel about Iran?
But let's get back. Get back. I just want to say to the public, it's a rigged election. We need the Save America Act, period.
Got it.
Okay.
Double tap, hit the like button. Maine is headed in the right direction, like 40, 50 states that have majority English speaking household did. Maine is headed in the right direction. Okay. None of these scenarios have. Turkey is politically split in half. One half is with NATO. The other half is pro-Russia. That makes absolutely no sense, bro. That makes absolute. Turkey is a NATO member, bro. Thank NATO. You meant to say NATO. Turkey is a NATO. That's why they had the summit there. Come on, y'all. Y'all could do better. That's why they had the summit there. It's within IRGC ballistic missile range. That's a good one, Andy. That is a good one. And that's why Trump is such a bad man. I said you would want Trump in Camp David when you do such strikes. I said typically you would want Trump in Camp David when you do such strikes. That's what you would typically want. The fact that Trump struck Iran while in an Islamic country is crazy. It's absolutely crazy, right? I mean, it just shows the commitment that Trump has for victory, right? It shows the commitment that Trump has for victory. And Trump just don't give a fuck. I agree, man. I mean, he's the best. Trump is the best, man. Trump is absolutely the best. We're so thankful that Trump is the president. Fauci was in the news today. Y'all know how much we love Fauci, good old Fauci. You know what I'm saying? You know how much we love Fauci, good old Fauci. Fauci was in the news today. Let's see what they had to say about one of our favorite people. Senator Ron Johnson warns Dr. Fauci he better not lie to Congress because his pardon will not save him. Y'all remember the auto pen? Somebody said earlier, can I get W chat? You know, earlier I was a little bit frustrated and we said a prayer and we blessed the chat. In the beginning of the podcast, it was only a few people here and they were all supporters of not only me, but the administration, and just, I believe, on the right side of God and country and family. And that made me feel real good, right? That made me feel real good. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that's here right now. If you're so inclined, hit the like button. I love you. God bless you. And we love God and country and over here and family and the president and the office of the presidency. I think what's happened with this new political environment in this media where they try to make everything like a cartoon character and dichotomy, when people say, I like this person, I dislike this person, we lost the sanctity of the office. And I believe at a certain point, the Democrats and the Democratic Socialists began to attack the office of the president. And I think the American people are too lame. And there's not enough intellectual people to understand what's really going on. They're not attacking Trump when there's 6 attempts on Trump's life. These people on the left are attacking the office of the president and the idea of America, Bill of Rights, Constitution. And they do that on a daily basis. And people, they are guising it, and they have been guising it, couching it in democratic ideology. Thank God that they finally came out and said democratic socialists, because people people like me have been screaming it. Because I said when we were in Minnesota and they claimed that these were political rallies, I pointed out in slow motion to my audience, I say, hey, you see that clipboard? And then we all watched together. I said, hey, you see that clipboard? How many people remember Minnesota? I said, hey, you see that clipboard to my audience? I said, let's read it. I zoomed in, and the clipboard was a young purple-haired white man walking around trying to get young people who were ginned up on hate. They were fueled by TDS. And you know what they were doing? Because they did not understand that the Tim Walz, Jacob Fry had failed them, frauded the system. The reason they were upset, the reason they were broke, the reason they didn't have money is because Tim Walz helped funnel $19 billion to the Somali community, right? So they were justifiably angry, but angry at the wrong person. So they're angry at a protest, and I see these white people walking around with clipboards trying to get young Americans to be socialists. So I said, I thought this was about ICE. I thought this was months before Mondani. This is months before the DSA. This is months before New York. I pointed out at ICE rallies in Minnesota after the unaliving of 2 people who attacked federal officers, I said, these are protests. Number one, that's what I said. These are protesters. And why are they recruiting for the Socialist Party? No one is paying attention to what's happening because people in the media is all liberal left. So you don't get this type of deep dive. CNN not going to go into and go. CNN is on the ground. I'm not on the ground. I'm in my studio. I'm in my studio at home. I'm in my studio at home. CNN could go on the ground and CNN could ask the guy who had the clipboard, so why are you asking people to sign up to be socialists? I thought this was about ICE. Can you explain to me what is this? So then American people wouldn't have been surprised when New York comes out with Democratic Socialists, because in Minnesota, they were signing people up to the Socialist Party. Now, conservative media outlets like mine, we tried to point it out. Conservative media outlets like mine, we told you, hey, these don't look like rallies to me. These look like protests. And if this is about ICE and Renee Good, why is this guy getting young, impressionable people to join a socialist party in America? This is different than what they're saying on the news, and I wish American people were paying closer attention. But it's too late now. We got the Democratic Socialists. It's too late now, right? It's too late now. We got the Democratic Socialists. They're not lying anymore. They're out in the front. But I'm just saying, conservatives, we saw the shit. We saw the shit. We saw they were out in the front. We saw the shit. They were signing kids up who don't know enough. This is why I have a problem with students leaving school, because then they could get influenced by adults and being pulled over to a socialist party, but they haven't finished their education. That means they haven't properly learned the Bill of Rights, the values. They haven't properly learned world geopolitics and these different forms and systems and how they have failed the people. They can go look at Spain. They can go look at China. They can look at different places and find out where these systems were failures for the actual working man, but they haven't learned that yet. And they're already being, isn't it unfair? Isn't it almost a level of grooming and abuse to try to get a child to join a socialist party before they understand the do's and the don'ts, the whys and the whens, what an actual socialist is, the Communist Manifesto, before they know who Karl Marx is? Like, isn't that kind of unfair? Isn't that kind of taking advantage of that young person? If they don't know who Karl Marx is, if they haven't heard the speech of Eisenhower, shout out to the brother I watched, the Black Chicken Coop, and he talked about the Eisenhower speech in the industrial military complex. If he doesn't know about Eisenhower, if he doesn't know about JFK, if he doesn't know about Karl Marx, is it fair when he's emotional to sign him up to the Socialist Party? As a child who hasn't even graduated high school, this is things that conservatives talk about, and then we just watched this liberal white woman talk about transparency. How can they say they want transparency when you want children to be socialists without having the proper breadth of knowledge to even make that decision? This is America. This is the greatest country in the world. So if they chose to be socialists, that's one thing. But it makes me think about Black Lives Matter. Doesn't it make you think about Black Lives Matter? Why do I bring up Black Lives Matter? Y'all remember that flat black bitch? Remember what she said? She said, I'm a trained Marxist. Nobody listened. I guess because you a fat black bitch, you can say whatever you want to say. But she said, we are trained Marxists. They also said that the black man ain't shit and the black family doesn't include the black father. Everybody said that was okay too. Fuck the black man, fuck the black father. And the fat black bitch said, we are trained Marxists. Nobody paid attention. Nobody paid attention. Let's go to the video. Let's go to the video. But now that you see DSA, and that's another black bitch in New York. She high yellow, but she's still a black bitch. And she's a democratic socialist. And she said every person who came here under the Biden administration illegally, even if they committed a crime, up into the crime of murder, should not be arrested, should not be deported. That's how extreme this socialist ideology is. I'm going to say it one more time. The black bitch, the light-skinned black bitch that was just elected in New York, the Democratic Socialist, she's on record saying that even if you committed the crime of murder, you shouldn't be deported. So this is not like a joke. This is not, ask Savannah Guthrie, is this funny? This ain't no joke.
Obviously, but can you give us like a general line of questioning that you are going to engage in? And also, Dr. Fauci could be charged. His pardon wouldn't cover if he lied to Congress again. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, he better not commit perjury. And so, listen, it'll really be about what he actually knew. It'll depend on what documents I get to see before that. Again, we're still trying to get documents. We don't have all of them. So it'll be depend on what we got to depend on what Senator Paul asks him first, what he says in the statement. So I'll be prepared with a lot of different questions. You only get 5 minutes. Maybe we'll get 7 this round and hopefully multiple rounds. So again, I'm hoping every committee member comes totally prepared to ask him some very tough questions. He deserves it.
Yeah. We hope you ask about this video of Dr. Fauci. Do you have it loaded, Klein? This video of Dr. Fauci like guaranteeing that there's going to be a surprise pandemic. Wrong one.
Diseases.
Guaranteeing that there's going to
infectious disease.
Yeah.
Is that there is no question that there will be a challenge to the coming administration in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of already ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that, but also there will be a surprise outbreak. And
what? Dude, this guy's worked since Nixon in the federal government. He's never promised a surprise outbreak until there was a surprise outbreak. What the hell is that?
He was funding the research to create the coronavirus that would produce that surprise outbreak. An even better clip is with Rick Bright, who sabotaged hydroxychloroquine for FDA at the Milken Institute, where they're bemoaning the fact that we don't have a universal vaccination campaign. The flu campaign just isn't doing it. We need a pandemic. This is like October 2019. Well, 3 months later, they got their pandemic. They sabotaged early treatment with things like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, all the cheap generic drugs that did work, that had an impact. They sabotaged all that early treatment so that there was no treatment, so you could get the emergency use authorization on the injection. And then they lied about the fact that they knew there was serious adverse events occurring, serious injury, death occurring. They knew that within 3 months. They're covering that up to this day.
Final question for you, Senator.
They covering up to this day. It's a cover up. But I thought they wanted transparency. Good old Fauci. Do y'all know what came out recently? Y'all remember China? Who remembers China in the Wuhan lab leak that we were not allowed to talk about? You remember we weren't even allowed to talk about this shit. We weren't even allowed to talk about it. What about the auto pen? Why would Fauci need a pardon? Why does Fauci need a pardon?
Security Council session held on Ukraine since Russia launched its invasion, but the first one called by Russia itself, Moscow claiming that Ukraine, supported by the US, is developing biological weapons. And the Russian ambassador attempting to preempt the denials he said he was expecting.
I can foresee what the reaction will be from our Western colleagues, who I'm sure are going to be saying now that all of this information is fake and Russian propaganda. But this is self-delusion.
The UN was direct in its assessment of the allegation.
I am aware of media reports regarding allegations of biological weapons programs. The United Nations is not aware of any biological weapons programs.
The reaction of several members was incredulous.
I will say this once. Ukraine does not have a biological weapons program. There are no Ukrainian biological weapons laboratories supported by the United States.
Absolutely everything we have been hearing from Russia regarding Ukraine has been false, fabricated, or distorted.
The British ambassador described the Russian claims as baseless conspiracy theories.
Let me put it diplomatically. They are utter nonsense.
China was the only Security Council member to offer a modicum of support to Russia's claims, and the Ukrainian ambassador argued that Russia had made a mistake in calling for the meeting.
So isn't that something that China agrees with Russia? China and Russia is not on the same side. Why would China agree with Russia that the Ukraine has? I'm not saying I'm not coming down on the side of the Ukraine or I'm not making a decision. I'm just presenting this information to my audience because we're talking about Dr. Fauci and upcoming investigations. We're talking about the auto pen, the midnight auto pen of Joe Biden. Jill Biden, shout out to my chat, W chat. My chat said Jill Biden's auto pen. And I want to say I love you to the chat member. I forget your name, but I love you. Somebody send a super chat. Somebody send a gift. Somebody hit the like button. Somebody hit the subscribe. Somebody send a super chat. Somebody send the gift. Somebody send the like button. Somebody send the subscribe and the share. I'm showing you this because we're talking in context of Dr. Fauci. And I just remember recent news. Now, we all know about the Wuhan lab leak and that lie that was told. We just talked about the Fulton County lie that was told for 5 years. We finally learned the truth about the Wuhan lab. They told us it was a bat in a wet market. Now we finally learned the truth. It took 5-10 years. We finally learned the truth about Fulton County. It took 5-10 years. What does Russia have to gain? Russia is rich, powerful, nuclear. Why do people in the liberal globalist media try to treat Russia like a stepchild? Russia is a nuclear world superpower, not a world power, a world superpower. Why they talk to Russia like they just some little punk? They don't got 1,000 million nuclear weapons and submarines and could kick everybody's ass. What the fuck Russia got to lie about? No, I mean, for real. What the fuck Russia got to lie about when it come to this shit? And then why are we playing stupid about the Ukraine? Who remember Hunter Biden and Burisma? Does everybody know what was going on in the Ukraine under Barack Obama? The better question is, what was not going on in the Ukraine under Barack Obama? Did you hear me? I said the better question is, what was not going on in the Ukraine under Barack Obama? We had we had sex rings, we had oligarchies, we got drugs, billionaires. The Ukraine was the devil's playground under the Democrats. We all know that, right? It's like how we know about Bangkok and Bangladesh. We know what was going on. Are we going to lie today? Democrat, Republican, grown men in the chat. Are we going to lie today about the Ukrainian girls, gorgeous, gorgeous women in Ukraine? Are we going to lie today about what was going on in the Ukraine under the Democrats? So why would it be so far-fetched, knowing the criminality and all of the underworld dealings in the Ukraine, and the labs exist? Now, what they're saying is these labs do not create weapons. Yes, there are labs in the Ukraine. They have Ebola. They have the swine, they have COVID, but they don't have them to create weapons. They have them to create cures. These are health and safety labs. They're not weapons. Didn't Fauci tell that same motherfucking lie about gain of function testing? That's why Fauci has a pardon. And here it is again on the global scale. And I'm asking you two things. Why would Russia lie? Why do we always talk about these things without context, that we know that Ukraine was a haven for crime? Why would Russia lie? And then why would China, out of all people, agree with Russia? And what we're talking about is simply, do you motherfuckers have labs in the Ukraine? Yes, we have labs. Do you motherfuckers have these diseases in the labs in the Ukraine? Yes, we have labs with these diseases, but we're not curating weapons. Putin is saying, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. And I agree with Putin. It's just like Trump saying, you can't have no uranium. Putin is saying, you motherfuckers can't have no labs. You motherfuckers can't. Do you understand what Putin is saying? You are the type of motherfuckers that can't have a lab with Ebola in it. You can't have a lab with COVID-19 in it. Why? Because you motherfuckers is corrupt. You got Nazis, you got criminality, you got this prostitution, extortion, all this shit. You are the type of people who can't have that type of lab. And I don't want to hear the excuse that the only reason you have the lab is so you can protect people. Fuck that. That's what the Iranians said about their uranium. And Trump is saying they can't have no uranium. They ain't the type of people that can have a nuclear power plant. Fuck that. Putin is saying Ukraine and the type of people that can have a lab, whether you want to classify it as a weapons lab or not, they got that bullshit in there. See, this is the part they don't tell you. I just did the research. What the Americans in the UN is saying, okay, the Ukraine has a lab, but it's not a weapons lab. And they're making bioweapons. Dr. Fauci said the same motherfucking lie when it came to gain of function testing. Let me know what you think in the chat.
By calling this meeting, the aggressor state has shot itself in foot once again.
The meeting was opened with a briefing by the UN's political and peace-building chief, and she referenced credible reports of Russia's use of cluster bombs in civilian areas, strikes at hospitals, and the deaths of hundreds of men, women, and children. The meeting Russia called to highlight its allegations became instead a scathing indictment of its actions during the invasion.
So instead of focus on Russia and Russia saying that they believe the Ukraine has gain of function testing going on in laboratories, the UN and the body, global body, basically just threw their allegations out. And the only people who agreed was China, and they have no basis or reason to do so. One more time, you guys.
The council session held on Ukraine since Russia launched its invasion, but the first one called by Russia itself, Moscow claiming that Ukraine, supported by the US, is developing biological weapons.
So Russia called this meeting, and the goal of the meeting, this is breaking news. This is not old, this is brand new. Some of you don't even know this. This is brand new. This is the Ukraine, Russia. This is just a few days ago. Russia called this meeting in the UN to say that the UN, the Ukraine and USA are working together with weaponizing labs in the Ukraine. I just want to bring this up in the context of this brand new Fauci investigation, right? I just want to bring this up in context of this brand new Fauci investigation.
I know you shouldn't be giving up your questions, obviously, but what can you give us like a general line of questioning that you are going to engage in? And also, Dr. Fauci could be charged. His pardon wouldn't cover if he lied to Congress again. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, he better not commit perjury. And so, listen, it'll really be about what he actually knew. It'll depend on what documents I get to see before that. Again, we're still trying to get documents. We don't have all of them. So it'll be depend on what we got. It'll depend on what Senator Paul asks him first, you know, what he says in the statement. So I'll be prepared with a lot of different questions. You only get 5 minutes. Maybe we'll get 7 this round and hopefully multiple rounds. So again, I'm hoping every committee member comes totally prepared to ask him some very tough questions. He deserves it.
Yeah. Who signed up for everybody in the chat? For this dingleberry, these dingleberries make the comment before they listen. For everybody in the chat, who signed the pardon at midnight? Was it a Democrat or a Republican? For everybody in the chat, who signed Fauci's pardon? Come on, for everybody in the cheap seats, for everybody who did not pass 3rd grade the first time, if you got left back in the 3rd grade, who signed the pardon? Who signed the pardon, everybody? It's amazing to me. You try to spin and then you don't say it right. Spend things. It wasn't a Democrat or a Republican thing. Both parties didn't sign Fauci's pardon. Both politicians and officials from both parties can be seen participating in debauchery. No, that's not true. Trump called the police on Jeffrey Epstein. Trump called the police on Ghislaine Maxwell 20 years ago. The Democrats sat out. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton let Jeffrey Epstein out 7 months early. Under the Democrats, Jeffrey Epstein was able to leave prison 8 hours a day. Under the Democrats, Jeffrey Epstein was not put on proper predator lists. He was not put on ankle monitor. He was allowed to go back into his island. Stacey Plastic allowed him to buy a second island. We come to find out Jeffrey Epstein had a ranch in Nevada. He had Little St. James and Big St. James, all under Democrats. We later come to find out because of Jasmine Crockett, big mouth lying ass, that Jeffrey Epstein never donated money to a Republican. Jeffrey Epstein never donated. We're talking about the debauchery part of his comment. Jeffrey Epstein never donated money to a Republican. How can we say that definitively? Because Jasmine Crockett, big fat black ass, got her loudmouth ass on TV and said Jeffrey Epstein donated to Republicans. And the Republicans checked the tape. They went to the IRS because all donations are tracked by the IRS. And guess what? Jasmine Crockett got caught in a lie. She didn't double check the last name. And it turns out the person she was highlighting was a Democrat. Not only was Jasmine Crockett lying and an idiot, but what she did inadvertently was educate the American people, so the Democrats dug it under the rug. But what Jasmine Crockett, idiot, this is why Jasmine Crockett not fucked with by the DNC, because she told the American people with her fucking lack of research, Jeffrey Epstein never donated to the Democrats. And we only know that because of Jasmine Crockett's lies.
Yeah, we hope you ask about this video of Dr. Fauci. Do you have it loaded, Klein? This video of Dr. Fauci like guaranteeing that there's going to be a surprise pandemic. Wrong one.
Diseases,
guaranteeing that there's going
to.
Yeah.
Is that there is no question that there will be a challenge to the coming administration in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of already ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that, but also there will be a surprise outbreak. And
what? Dude, this guy has worked since Nixon in the federal government. He's never promised a surprise outbreak until there was a surprise outbreak. What the hell is that?
He was funding the research to create the coronavirus that would produce that surprise outbreak. You know, an even better clip is with Rick Bright, who sabotaged hydroxychloroquine for FDA at the Milken Institute, where they're bemoaning the fact that we don't have a universal vaccination campaign. You know, the flu campaign just isn't doing it. We need a pandemic. This is like October 2019. Well, 3 months later, they got their pandemic. They sabotaged early treatment with things like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, you know, all the cheap generic drugs that did work, that had an impact. They sabotaged all that early treatment so that there was no treatment, so you could get the emergency use authorization on the injection. And then they lied about the fact that they knew there was serious adverse events occurring, serious injury, death occurring. They knew that within 3 months. They're covering that up to this day.
Final question for you, Senator.
Should Fauci be prosecuted? Should he be protected by that pardon? I want to know from you in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Should Fauci be prosecuted? Put a 2. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Fauci should be prosecuted. Put a 2 in the chat if you think Joe Biden's auto pen protects him. 1 in the chat. Should Fauci be prosecuted? Put a 2 in the chat if you think the Jill Biden auto pen should protect him. Kamala Harris, should she run in 2028?
Mamala just bought an $8 million Barbie Malibu dream house. Here are the highlights. Indoor-outdoor living, a spa bathroom with soaking tub, built-in speakers everywhere, perfect for Doug's spin class. Backyard gets even better. Full kitchen, private putting green, and of course, a big, beautiful fire pit. because Malibu definitely needs more fires. It's been burnt to a crisp thanks to Democrats, but not Kamala's new neighborhood. It's untouched. Nice going. So Kamala squandered $2 billion in donor money, didn't win a single state, made the DNC pay off her debt, wrote a gossip book and blamed everyone else for her losing, and then splurged $8 million on a Malibu mansion. Not a great look.
That's my brother Jesse. It's not Jesse. That's my brother Jesse. I love him so much. That's my brother Jesse. I don't call him Jesse. I call him Jesse. I don't call him Jesse. I call him Jesse. You know what I'm saying? Going in on Kamala. Fauci fraud. Double tap hit the like button. Jesse giving us his 1-2 on the Fauci fraud.
Fox News alert, Anthony Fauci's in big trouble. The little man in a lab coat got a lot wrong and never fessed up to any of it. 2 weeks to slow the spread, wear a mask, and whatever you do, don't say lab leak. Well, today, a CIA whistleblower told the Senate the deep state is still covering up where COVID came from, and Fauci helped them do it.
Intelligence community leaders and senior analysts downplayed the possibility that the COVID pandemic originated as a result of a lab incident. Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional.
But the cover-up didn't start in 2020. It started in 2015 when Fauci had his own scientists change the rules so he could keep funding gain-of-function research, the kind that was happening in Wuhan. Fast forward 4 years, October 2019, the CDC, Johnson & Johnson, and the former number 2 at the CIA teamed up with Bill Gates' foundation and the World Economic Forum to war game a fake coronavirus pandemic, just for fun.
This was a coronavirus pandemic tabletop exercise, curiously similar to the events that played out during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was attended by Dr. Fauci and individuals with IC ties like former DNI Avril Haines.
Here's what their pretend pandemic looked like. See if this jogs your memory.
CAPS is a serious respiratory disease. More than half of the recognized cases have required hospital care, creating a huge strain on healthcare systems. The fatality rate is about 10%. Even so, some people only exhibit mild flu-like symptoms, not requiring treatment in a hospital. Alarmingly, those people are able to walk around and spread the virus, not realizing they are doing so. Even worse, international travelers have been arriving at their destinations symptom-free, but within a matter of hours, becoming ill.
Weird coincidence, right? 2 months later, December 2019, China reports its first COVID case. Fauci immediately goes on TV and says it did not come from a lab.
Could you address these suggestions or concerns that this virus was somehow man-made, possibly came out of a laboratory in China?
The mutations that it took to get to the point where it is now is totally consistent with a jump of a species from an animal to a human.
What Fauci didn't mention, 2 months earlier, he'd already huddled up with the top virologists, and privately, they were all worried about a lab leak.
Dr. Fauci convened the now infamous February 1st, 2020 call. Some scientists on that call privately raised serious concerns about a laboratory origin. Yet, ironically, those same scientists later co-authored the proximal origin paper, which publicly dismissed the lab leak hypothesis. One author received a $9 million grant from Dr. Fauci's own agency after he changed his opinion from lab leak on the private phone call to natural origin in public.
Fast forward to August 2021, the CIA is 5 days away from calling it a lab leak. Then out of nowhere, the story changes.
As of August 12th, the CIA was considering calling this a lab leak, August 12th of 2021. And then that changed on August 17th of 2021. Right. And unfortunately, because the CIA would not provide us documentation that we asked for, we have no idea why that changed. It was significantly influenced by Anthony Fauci's injecting himself into the IC.
So Fauci cooked the intelligence to cover up how 1 million Americans.
I am the science. Shout out to my chat. My chat said, Fauci, I am the science. it was discussed as a lab leak in 2020. This is why a lot of people who investigated knew about it. I work in healthcare, so I knew, but I wasn't allowed to speak. YouTube shut me up. They said it was a lab leak. They knew it was a lab leak in 2021. Fauci was interjected. The question is, who interjected Fauci? Who empowered Fauci? Who was behind Fauci? Oh, in the WHO, who? I just thought about it. Was it Bill Gates? I don't know. Maybe it was Bill Gates. I don't know. Who interjected Fauci? That's the question.
Died because he had his fingerprints all over that leaky lab. Then the Fauchmeister dropped the hammer on the truth tellers.
Following the CIA's COVID relook that culminated in 2023, the CIA retaliated against analysts supporting the lab leak hypothesis. CIA managers retaliated against them for their refusal to agree with management's middle-of-the-night anonymous rewrite of the analysis, which changed the assessment to a non-call judgment.
Now, remember when Fauci swore under oath that he never, ever, ever, ever funded gain of function?
The NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain of function research in the Wuhan Institute.
Turns out he just changed.
That should be that is why we in MAGA say he should go to prison. And that lie costed American lives. It's not just a lie, right? Some of us are adherents to the law, right? And when you lie under oath, that's breaking the law. You should go to prison. But he also should go to prison because that lie costed Americans lives. How many people agree or disagree in the chat? Let me know.
Changed the definition of gain of function and kept writing the checks.
Several of the BSEG scientists helped Dr. Fauci rewrite definitions of gain of function in 2015 to lift a funding pause on dangerous research.
So the very scientists.
So wait. If they did that, then if we go back to the Russians, think about the lies and think about the lies. This is powerful. Think about the lies and how the trickery that America used. They changed laws in 2015. They changed the definition. So you guys, do you think it's possible they've done that again in the Ukraine and Russia could be right about there being similar labs in the Ukraine?
Council session held on Ukraine since Russia launched its invasion, but the first one called by Russia itself, Moscow claiming that Ukraine, supported by the US, is developing biological weapons. And the Russian ambassador attempting to preempt the denials he said he was expecting.
Did y'all hear that? I mean, come on, man. Now that are you guys following this story? Somebody said I'm spinning it. Is it spin? Is it spin? Fauci and the Democrats, and then they said it's not partisan. Fauci and the Democrats changed the definition of gain of function testing to hide what they were doing. Now we learn, I just taught you that they have similar labs in the Ukraine. I give you the context of how the criminal nature of the Ukraine. And then I just give you the background of the criminal nature of Fauci and the people in charge of these labs, of how they will change definitions and lie about what's actually happening in the labs. And here it is, Russia calling a meeting with the UN to say, hey, we believe it's happening again. And what I want to tell you in context is, what I found in my research is that there are labs in the Ukraine. The discrepancy is what America is saying and what the UN is saying is that these labs are not used to create bioweapons. But we just learned that Americans and Fauci create lies and change definitions to hide the fact that they're creating bioweapons. What the fuck?
It was the fourth Security Council session held on Ukraine since Russia launched its invasion, but the first one called by Russia itself, Moscow claiming that Ukraine, supported by the US, is developing biological weapons. And the Russian ambassador attempting to preempt the denials he said he was expecting.
Russia and the Ukraine are developing biological weapons. And I am teaching you. Do y'all understand what I am teaching you? And I am teaching you that Anthony Fauci lied and redefined gain of function testing to hide the fact that he was creating bioweapons. I don't know how else to slam dunk this. This is a slam dunk. I don't know how else to slam dunk this.
Several of the BSEG scientists helped Dr. Fauci rewrite definitions of gain of function in 2015 to lift a funding pause on dangerous research.
So the very scientists that were commissioned to investigate COVID were, in some cases, the very scientists who were complicit in the origins of the gain of function experiments that may well have created COVID.
So the guy who may have funded the pandemic gets to run the investigation into the pandemic? You'd think the other party might want to ask some questions too, right? But Democrats couldn't find the room.
Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat from Arizona, actually walked by us about 15 minutes ago. He saw the media cameras here, and we couldn't tell if he was joking or trolling or not, but he said, hey, what's going on here? And his staffer said, wow, I don't know, and they walked past us. So he's on that committee. He's not in the room.
Earlier this year, the CIA finally admitted it. COVID most likely came from the Wuhan lab. Only took them 5 years. But there's just one catch. The CIA says they have low confidence in their own answer. So they're pretty sure COVID came from a lab. They're just not sure. Rand Paul says the rest of the agencies are still slow walking documents, while the same people who got it wrong are telling you to get over it. The good news, Fauci isn't out of the woods yet. AutoPen gave him a pardon, but state prosecutors can still go after him. And the feds are looking into whether to open a criminal case of their own. And they should. 1 million Americans are dead from a virus cooked up in a lab, and someone's got to answer for it.
Somebody got to answer for it. Put a 1 in the chat if Fauci should be prosecuted. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe his pardon should protect him. Huh? I believe Fauci should be prosecuted. Somebody got to answer for this shit. And I love that I was able to give you some breaking news today that it's going on again in the Ukraine. More Kamala Harris. Can y'all believe they want to run? The Kamala Harris administration is allowing illegal migrants to present warrants for their arrest as documents to board airplanes to enter America. You cannot make this stuff up. You cannot make this stuff up. More Kamala Harris news.
I think for every person watching this hearing who has experienced the TSA screening process, it can often be very onerous. People who have done absolutely nothing wrong are law-abiding citizens in every respect, are subject to the most invasive screenings at these airports. Yet you're allowing illegal aliens to present warrants for arrest and waving them onto airplanes. How does that make sense?
Not doing that, sir.
You just told me that you've let 1,000 people travel on airlines who present to you warrants for arrest.
Yes,
right?
sir. And they present those warrants. That warrant is the beginning of an identity verification process, which follows.
Why isn't it the end? Why isn't that the end of the process? And you say, sorry, you have a warrant for an arrest. We're not going to allow you to get on air.
Because we want to identify who is presenting themselves at the screening checkpoint.
Boy, I think you're going to have a hard time explaining to folks who are randomly selected, or sometimes perhaps not so randomly selected for enhanced screenings, but you're allowing illegal aliens with warrants for arrest to get onto airplanes, and you've allowed at least 1,000 of them in this calendar year. I mean, I just find that totally extraordinary. Mr. Pickaxe, thanks for being here. I've got some questions for you. And to be frank with you, I've got some concerns about your record. Let's start with your decision to allow illegal immigrants to use arrest warrants as a form of ID at TSA checkpoints. In response to a congressional inquiry on this, you responded, I'm going to quote you now, TSA established a process where it will accept certain DHS-issued forms for non-citizens and non-U.S. nationals who do not otherwise have acceptable forms of ID for presentation at security checkpoints. And then you went on to list the forms that TSA would accept that included a warrant for arrest of an alien, a warrant of removal or deportation, the order of release on recognizance, an order of supervision, a notice to appear, an arrival and departure form, which included a printout of an electronic record, or an alien booking record. Now, I wrote to you on January 31st of this year asking you about this. Have you responded to this letter yet?
No, sir, we have not responded, but I will respond.
I didn't think so.
I will respond tomorrow.
Okay. Right after today's hearing. It's amazing how that works.
Well, actually, I saw a response earlier, and it didn't meet.
Do I have the response?
No, you don't, but you'll have it tomorrow.
Right after today's hearing. Maybe we should have more of these hearings. We may get more. This is July, isn't it? I sent it to you in January. That's a very long time to respond to a letter that is 2.5 pages long. So let's just see if we can get some answers now. How many individuals have presented TSA with arrest warrants or deportation notices and were permitted to travel in this calendar year?
Under 1,000, sir.
How does this policy comport with 18 U.S.C. 1325, which criminalizes improper entry into the United States by an alien?
Sir, these individuals that have these arrest warrants, those arrest warrants were issued by the Border Patrol or a customs officer. And they serve as a beginning to our identity verification process. So you can't walk up to a checkpoint, wave that form, and then you go right through into screening. We go through a process to verify that you are the person that you claim to be, and that you are receiving the level of screening, which always includes enhanced screening when people don't have the proper identification.
So if somebody who presents an arrest warrant is subject to an in-person interview with the airport's federal security director?
They have an interview with the officers that are on scene at the checkpoint, but that's not all that's happening. What those officers are doing are they're talking to
When you say the officers on scene at the checkpoint, what are we talking
the
about?
transportation security officers, the uniformed officers at the checkpoint.
Okay, but not the federal security director.
They will bring in the federal security director if needed.
Well, why would that person not be needed if you have someone who's an illegal immigrant?
Right. So we aren't looking at whether a person is legal or illegal in the country. Our function is to make sure that.
Why not?
Because our role is to make sure that people that might pose a risk to transportation that's significant enough to either require enhanced screening or to not allow them to fly, that the proper.
So your position is someone who is known to have violated the laws of the United States does not thereby need enhanced screening? You're not concerned about this person as a security threat?
Sir, there are people every day that violate the laws of the United States that fly. We look for things that are related to transportation security.
And you don't think someone who is by definition, somebody who presents a warrant for.
Does that make sense? Somebody is a criminal is not a threat? Somebody who is not a criminal is not a threat? What the fuck was that? Marco Rubio going after the ICC.
Both Secretary of State Marco Rubio accusing the ICC of waging war against the United States, not with bullets or missiles, but instead the force of so-called international law. In an op-ed on Monday, Rubio claims that the court was intended to prosecute the gravest crimes, but has since turned into an activist tribunal run by a network of leftist governments and globalists that threatens the very sovereignty of the United States. Rubio citing the court's effort to investigate American troops for allegedly committing war crimes in Afghanistan to argue that it could soon go after border agents or U.S. forces targeting narco-terrorists in Latin America. In a video posted on Monday, Rubio saying that the court itself undermines U.S. security. John, Emma, good morning to you both. Secretary of State Marco Rubio accusing the ICC of waging war against the United States, not with bullets or missiles, but instead the force of so-called international law. In an op-ed on Monday, Rubio claims that the court was intended to prosecute the gravest crimes, but has since turned into an activist tribunal run by a network of leftist governments and globalists that threatens the very sovereignty of the United States. Rubio citing the court's effort to investigate American troops for allegedly committing war crimes in Afghanistan to argue that it could soon go after border agents or U.S. forces targeting narco-terrorists.
We support Rubio going after the ICC. We support Rubio going after the ICC. PBD spilling my talking point on these liberal Democratic women, how much they love white penis.
Level. And by the way, this whole thing they talk about the white culture and, let me tell you, it's all about the white culture, this, and, we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture in America, they only marry white people. Kamala Harris's spouse, white. Ilhan Omar's spouse, white. AOC spouse, white. Every one of these guys, you keep talking about them. They're trying to go to that. It's not working level. And by the way, this whole thing they talk about the white culture and, let me tell you, it's all about the white culture, this, and, we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture in America, they only marry white people. Kamala Harris's spouse, white. Ilhan Omar's spouse, white. AOC spouse, white. Every one of these guys, you keep talking about them. They're trying to go to that. It's not working level. And by the way, this whole thing they talk about the white culture and, let me tell you, it's all about the white culture, this, and, we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture in America, they only marry white people. Kamala Harris's spouse, white. Ilhan Omar's spouse, white. AOC spouse, white. Every one of these guys, you know, you keep talking about them. They're trying to go to that. It's not working level. And by the way, this whole thing they talk about the white culture, and you know, let me tell you, it's all about the white culture. This, and you know, we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture in America, they only marry white people. Kamala Harris's spouse, white. Ilhan Omar's spouse, white. You know, AOC spouse, white. Every one of these guys, you know, you keep.
How you guys feel about that? They only marry white people. I brought that up. They love to ride white penis, but they want to tell you that the white man is evil. But the white penis is okay. The white man is evil, but not that white penis. Give me that white penis. I want that white penis. Oh, white penis. Kamala, AOC, and Ilhan Omar want that white penis. Give me the white penis. Penis. Make sure it's white. If it ain't white, I don't want it. Ooh, shit.
Talking about them, they're trying to go to that. It's not working level. And by the way, this whole thing they talk about the white culture, and you know, let me tell you, it's all about the white culture. This, and you know, we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture in America, they only marry white people. Kamala Harris's spouse, white. Ilhan Omar's spouse, white. You know, AOC spouse, white. Every one of these guys, you know, you keep talking about them. They're trying to go to that. It's not working level. And by the way, this whole thing they talk about the white culture, and you know, let me tell you, it's all about the white culture. This, and you know, we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys.
We don't have a problem with the penis, Patrick Bed David. They don't have a problem with the penis. They don't have a problem with the white man's penis. Ah, shit. Woo. Oh, man. How y'all feel, man? I mean, this is just amazing. Just giving you guys the bomb news.
He's been a great. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq with us. He's been a great fighter, and he's been a great fan of America. We'll be discussing that a little bit with you. But they have tremendous oil reserves. They have tremendous potential wealth, and they have tremendous wealth, not only potential. But he's done in a short period of time, he's changed that country so much, especially toward their thinking about the United States. And we have partnerships. Chris was just saying we have tremendous oil partnerships all of a sudden being formed over the last short period of time. And I guess you're going to be announcing them this week or next week, but massive, among the largest. So they have done a fantastic job over the last very short period of time. But they have a great leader, the new prime minister. He's a great leader. I think he's going to be there for a long period of time. And it's great to have you at the White House. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And he's a young man. He's young and he's handsome, which I don't like. I'm not happy about it.
شكرا جزيلا. لقد عقدنا اجتماعا جيدا وقد دعوته إلى وجبة الغداء، وهذا لم يكن ضمن البرنامج والجدول الذي اتفقنا عليه، لكن هنالك كيمياء عظيمة بيننا وبينهم. رئيس الوزراء يقوم بعمل رائع. أنا لم يتوقع أحد أنه سيفوز في هذه الانتخابات، لكن المرشح المضاد له كان شخص لم يعجبني ولم تكن لديه آراء جيدة تجاه أمريكا، لكن كان من المهم جدا لي أن تفوزوا أنتم في هذه الانتخابات، وأنتم تقومون بعمل رائع جدا. والآن لدينا فائز جديد لم تكن حظوظه كبيرة، لكنه مع ذلك نجح في هذه الانتخابات. هو شرف عظيم بالنسبة لي أن أستضيف.
Trump holds another meeting. I tell you this, Trump just been doing his thing, man. Trump just been doing his thing, man. More Kamala.
The same place was everyone was rich, but we can't pull that off. But I can promise, give them a magic wand, they would go, look, the most important thing is everyone's in the same place. That's the most important thing. Now, I wish the same place was everyone was rich, but we can't pull that off. But I can promise you we can put everyone in the same place. There's only one way they can put you in the place, because they can't make those people profitable. They can't make them flourish. They can't make them rich, but they can make you poor. And so if there's only one way they can do it, that's the way they're going to do it. Kamala had that crazy cartoon, and you remember, Dawson, about equity versus equality or something, where she sort of explained it. All of it's pie in the sky, retarded adolescence nonsense bullshit. Like, she's like, well, everyone should have a level playing field, but everyone didn't start in the same place. It's like, of course, it's mathematically impossible for anyone. It's a fantasy. Right now, this building, inside of this building, there are 9 people. None of them started in the same place. So what are the odds you're going to get everyone to start in the same place when nobody I know ever started in the same place?
But it's not to trick you. It's to trick stupid people who go,
right.
Oh, would that be nice if we all would live like it's
right.
Of course, but also it wouldn't be nice. It's like saying, wouldn't it be great if we were all the exact same person and did the exact same thing every day?
Wouldn't it be great if
we all thought the same thing and we all made the exact same amount of money and lived in the same type of little shitty apartment? That's what they want. And that's
right.
That's what living in China or some shit is.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's like, wouldn't it be great if we're all just Montreal Canadiens fans? It's like, no, it'd be super boring.
But living in the same place, but without the ability to become rich or super rich. That's kind of what equity is, where it's like, we're all going to have the same opportunities, but there's only so much opportunity.
I agree. It's only so much opportunity. I agree.
Give them a magic wand.
I agree. We was going back and forth between Fauci and Kamala. And I mean, come on, this is just gold. This is just gold. I mean, straight up. But I'm gonna have to shut it down. I gotta go make some tacos for dinner. People talking about Taco Trump. We're gonna have to go make some tacos for dinner. That's gonna be it for tonight, y'all. Every day we do this around 1 p.m. Make sure you hit the subscribe, the notification bell. Everybody right now, subscribe. Everybody right now, hit the notification bell. Everybody right now, hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Everybody hit the like, share, and subscribe. This is the #1 channel on YouTube for domestic. And we don't do that call-in shit. That's that weak shit. Call in and debate. Those people don't have any facts. And that's why they never debate anyone like me. And anybody that calls in to those liberals, right now you can scroll down YouTube. You will see several liberals. You're going to see a fake black bitch and a fake ass black man. All of them talking about Democrat liberals and call in, debate me. The motherfuckers don't never debate nobody that know what the fuck they talking about. If you really want to hear facts like I presented today, if you want a real live political podcast, you got to come to the Perfect Timing Podcast. There's nobody giving up information like this on YouTube. There's nobody doing the research. Today we talked about the ICC, Marco Rubio and Donald Trump administration going after the International Criminal Court. But what I did today is I showed you guys that this is not just about the ICC. It's about trade. It's about NATO reform. It's about USAID conditioning. It's about UN defunding. It's about sovereignty being reclaimed by America. This is an America First agenda matrix and ally friction. When you see a lot of pushback in the media, it's because the allies are aligned with the globalists and the Democrats. So what did we talk about today? We talk about Marco Rubio, the America First agenda. This is a table I created to help people understand, including myself, this connection. Today, The Trump administration via Marco Rubio went after the ICC. We're not a member of the ICC. The ICC is a global body empowered by the Rome Statutes in 1998. We're not a member. There's 120 nations, but we want to disband it. We want to destroy it altogether so that they don't think that they have any type of control over America's sovereignty. That's today. But what I said is this isn't a link in a line of the Trump administration withdrawing from NATO, defunding the UN, defunding USAID and foreign aid, global trade and transit as far as tariffs. So when we talked about the ICC today, I didn't talk about it in a vacuum. I wanted to let people know this is in line with the Trump administration. This is in line with the Trump administration. When we talk about the ICC, this is in line with the Trump administration and everything that they've done, going back to the Department of War, the Department of Education, the Gulf of America, and USAID. So when you hear about Marco Rubio going after ICC, don't be surprised. I wasn't surprised if you're paying attention to MAGA. So that was the presentation for today. It's been a great show. Julie said that she subscribed. Everybody should subscribe. Hit the like button. Join the channel. Become a member. You can support the channel by becoming a member, and it highlights your name in the chat. It's $10 a month to be a member. That's like 50 cents a day. You get your name highlighted in the chat. Everybody today experienced when the chat goes crazy, when the podcast gets truly going, when we get the likes up. It can be thousands of people watching, thousands of chats, millions of views. You want to become a member so people can see that you're a member of the channel, you support the movement, and then it gets your name and your comment highlighted in the chat. When you subscribe, you get a plus sign. Hit the plus sign, become a member. Send a super chat, send a gift right now, send a super chat, send a gift. Let me know you support the channel. Hit the like, share, subscribe. Double tap at the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube for domestic and geopolitical debate. If you want to be here from the beginning, you have to hit the notification bell. Don't just subscribe, hit the notification bell. Don't just be a Democrat on the sidelines. Participate, vote in the poll, comment in the chat, subscribe, share with a like-minded person. Don't sit on the sidelines. Don't whine. Don't cry. Engage. Participate and engage. Double tap at the like button, man. Everybody today, man. I'm so happy for you guys to be here. Earlier today, we said a prayer for all the like-minded people in the chat, man. And I want to reiterate that prayer. I want to reiterate that positive vibe that we started the chat with. To all of my supporters, I pray for you. I pray for intervention. I pray a covering and a blessing in your life. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting our president. Thank you for supporting our country. We always end the podcast by saying, God bless America, God bless Trump, and God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless his wife and his children who are going through a tumultuous time right now with this trial, who lost their father and husband. This time in America, will be studied. This time in America will be studied. I exposed so much today about the left. Somebody tried to come in the chat and say, this is not bipartisan. I said, who signed Fauci's pardon? Who signed Fauci's pardon? Why did Fauci need a pardon? It is bipartisan. And if you live in California, it is so important that you vote in November. There are no more oil refineries in California. Gavin Newsom and the Democrats have destroyed California. But it won't be honestly talked about for some time to come. Gavin Newsom and Democrats let California burn in multiple ways. There are no more oil refineries. We have the highest gas taxes. Now, when I say this, a lot of people can't relate. So where do you guys get your oil? We don't know. This just happened. Gavin Newsom, and he didn't do anything to stop it. Over the last 2 years, Chevron announced that they would be leaving California. Gavin Newsom didn't change taxes or do anything to keep them here. So we have no oil refineries. People in California are going to be paying $10 for gas. We have no factories. Tesla left. We have no infrastructure. No more Walgreens, no more Denny's, no more retail. We have homelessness. We have drugs. We have crime. You can steal up to $1,000 in California, but where you gonna steal it from? Because all of that drove Walgreens out of business. So when they tell you voting doesn't matter and there's no reason to vote, come live in California. Live in LA, live in California, and you will learn it's very important who you vote for. It is so very important who you vote for. That's why I fight this fight every day. God bless you guys. I see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. My name is Perfect. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Political discourse, geopolitical debate every day at 1 p.m. I see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Have a good night.